What's poppin', y'all? Welcome to Chip and Zay here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Happy Friday, everybody. 2 to 4 today, like usual. Appreciate everybody for rocking with us. Like, subscribe, get the app, hit us up on Twitter, X, Instagram, Facebook, the whole nine. We're everywhere. Podcast, doesn't matter wherever you get that. But let's see if my man's coming from the golf course today. The great
No, sir.
Brown. What's up, dog?
How we doing?
Good, man. How you doing?
Hey, in the immortal words of Judy Brown, happiness is a choice. We're happy you're spending some time with us, Chip and Zay, on a free-for-all football Friday. We got all kinds of things to talk about today. Of course, football season never ends. We got basketball tournaments going. The women will play tonight. Zay, you ready for that?
Yeah, man. That last time Texas played Ole Miss, it got a little shaky down there in Oxford. So let's see if Ole Miss could give the Horns another game, because you should be tested this time of the year. But yeah, we all want to see that SEC championship game, Texas versus South Carolina for a third time. So let's see if the Horns could take care of their business today up in South Carolina.
Did you see some of that Vanderbilt, South Carolina game?
Yeah. Who ended up winning that?
South Carolina. They scored like 18 of the last 21 points, ended up beating them by 18. It was a 5-point game.
Yeah. I mean, that South Carolina team, they're vulnerable. Last year, they went undefeated, didn't lose a game, a lot because your girl, Camila Cardozo, was there, woman in the paint. Can't say man in the paint because that's not what she is. But, yeah, she dominated the inside last year at 6'6", and they've been missing that all year long. So even though they're filled with McDonald's All-Americans and got players like Malijah Fluwali and Chloe Kitts and stuff, as women Texas basketball team has shown, South Carolina can't be beaten. So it's not surprised to see them in close games every once in a while, but that championship DNA runs deep, and Dawn Staley, she's one of the best in the business. Plus, they're playing basically a home game. Like, come on. Yeah. Like, them folks ain't got no work today. I was looking at that. Like, Malijah Fluwali hit a three going into the second quarter, and I look in the stands, and this packed house. I'm like, damn, it's 11 o'clock game. Ain't nobody got a job in this thing? Like, we all got to show up. Like, they already got the home court advantage being in state. So, yeah, if South Carolina goes on to win the SEC tournament, their fans having their back would be a big reason why.
The women's basketball situation is just like softball.
Yeah.
For OU.
Yeah.
You get the World Series in Oklahoma City. I mean, obviously the World Series is a little bit bigger than the SEC tournament, but still, we got to work on that. Because that's ridiculous.
Rodney, you're wrong, bro. You're wrong. That's all I'm going to say. I know exactly what you're referring to. What I just said, you're wrong.
What?
Cardozo, beautiful. Brazilian, beautiful.
Hey, CBZ. Appreciate you, dog. Yeah, so the Texas women will take the floor tonight in Greenville, South Carolina. And we're watching Oklahoma and Kentucky go at it right now for the right to play South Carolina, the women's tournament. We're not going to talk women's basketball all show, but the Texas women, this will be a good little test, Zay.
Yeah.
And I'm watching the rotations. I'm watching to see what my man Vic is doing. What's he got in store? He's got to save some legs, right? You got to play the youngins today against Ole Miss.
Yeah. Breonna Preston, Jordan Lee. Like,
Justice.
Right now, Vic has a 8-woman rotation. If you think about it, you got Rory Harmon, Madison Booker, Taylor Jones, Shea Holly, Winnie Tonda, Brianna Preston, that's 6, Jordan Lee, that's 7, and Kyla Oldegger, that's 8. So I don't like that during this time of the year. You could get a little fatigued, especially if you could play Madison Booker 40 minutes like he's done at times this year. But overall, that's a tough 8. And yeah, CB referring to here, shout out to Taylor Jones up for that Lisa Leslie Award. Dang, Lisa Leslie got awards named after her. She ain't that old, is she?
No, but she was that good.
She was good.
I mean, Taylor Jones couldn't get first, second, third team all SEC, but she's one of the best big women in the country. I mean,
yeah, she ain't gonna win it, but that's good to be nominated. No. Yo girl from Iowa State, Audie Cooks.
Audie Cooks.
Yeah.
She gonna win it?
Oh, she's gonna win it. Yeah. That girl.
The round mound of rebound?
I don't think we could call her that, bro.
I mean,
I don't think that's appropriate.
That's not right.
No, that's not right. I don't think we can call her that. But I know what you're talking about. Like round mound of rebound, that's crazy.
She's kind of. She gets the job done. I'm not saying that.
I know.
But she's built a little bit like Charles Barkley, isn't she?
No.
No?
No.
No?
No.
No.
You can say she plays like Charles Barkley.
That's what I meant.
Like Charles Barkley?
That's what I meant. She plays like Barkley.
Okay. That's better. I'll let you slide there.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Yeah.
That's what I was saying. I mean, come on. I was just, No,
I feel you. You see your boy Stephen A. get confronted by Braun last night?
Ooh.
Tell
me about that.
A little messy. Ain't gonna lie. A little messy. Lakers had the Knicks in town last night. Great game. Went into overtime. Jalen Brunson got hurt, so hopefully he's all right because he dominated that game. He was the only reason why the Knicks were ahead by so much. And then he went out the game. Lakers went on the run, went in overtime. But LeBron, which I'll show you the video, but LeBron had something to say to Stephen A., who was sitting courtside with Larry David, which is interesting. I guess Stephen A. and LD, one of the creators of my favorite show of all time, Seinfeld. Curb Your Enthusiasm is also classic. But yeah, Larry David sitting by Stephen A. got confronted by Braun. If you haven't seen it, check it out here. So if you look close enough, Stephen A's already talked about it on his show, but Braun's talking about Bronny, and he's telling Stephen A., keep my son's name out your mouth. A la Will Smith, Jada Pinkett Oscars. And I mean, I don't know. Like, Bronny's in the league. Like, Bronny's playing high-quality basketball or against high-quality basketball players in the biggest basketball league in the world. Stephen A. has every right to critique him like he does everyone else. That's what we do. That's our jobs. Like, you were getting after me for the last 6 weeks of how I've been doing Rodney Terry. Valid, absolutely. Because Texas basketball for the last 6 weeks hasn't been playing basketball like they should be, or high-end basketball like these fans deserve to see for a team like the University of Texas. That's the business. That's what it is. So, again, LeBron, that's his son. He's a father trying to protect his cub. I get that, but also love Bron. This is a little soft, man. This is a little soft. I don't think he should have said anything to Stephen A. Nepotism. We know it's a little bit of that. You can't even try to knock that at all. Like, that's what it is. If Bronny was coming in on some rookie of the year stuff, Bron wouldn't have anything to say, because that means he out here hooping. But when Bronny gets in the game, some people call it Make-A-Wish kid. So, you know what I'm saying? That product's not the best. In the G League, he's doing a lot better. But again, Bronny James, he ain't going to win any Rookie of the Year awards anytime soon. So Bron, great father. We forget, Bron ain't have no father. He didn't have nobody that could set an example on what fatherhood should be when it comes to that parenting role. Is that a big reason why Bron had a chip on his shoulder? Probably, yeah. And his mama, love his mama, great woman. She wild, but hey, she did the best she could and brought him in with the right people. Bron was raised the right way. Look at him now. Billionaire, still playing, one of the greatest of all time. So Bron, being a father's hard. You know that. And he's just protecting Bronny as a dad. But come on, Bron. He going to get critiqued. That's what it's all about. He's in the association now. That's what it's all about. Leave Stephen A alone. Stephen A crazy as hell. He going to do his thing anyway. You know what I'm saying? Like, I just let him be,
I love it. Well, let's I got a new draft. I got a new mock draft for you.
Okay.
We've had the combine, and then we were going to look at some mock drafts. Well, Athlon Sports has come out with its mock draft. And guess who moved up the most?
Matthew Golden.
So now, according to Athlon Sports mock draft, you've got, and I hope this works out this way for Kelvin Banks, because they've got Will Campbell going 10th, the LSU offensive tackle. They got him going 10th to the Chicago Bears, and Kelvin Banks going 11th to the San Francisco 49ers. Get a chance to go work with Trent Williams, learn how it's done.
I can see Trent Williams being an a-hole to my man Kelvin Banks. A little Oklahoma Sooner, Texas love.
But again, he's been around the league for a long time.
And he's not the nicest guy.
Well,
he's not the nicest guy. Ask Richard Sherman how nice Trent Williams is.
Okay, well then don't talk to him. Just observe him. Just
all right.
See what he's doing.
And Kelvin's coming to take his spot. I know he don't got many years left, but
he might be the right tackle for right now.
Okay.
But get this. Athlon has Matthew Golden going number 17 to the Cowboys. On a trade from the Cincinnati Bengals. So their sense is the Cowboys are going to move down to grab picks. They end up at the 17th pick and take Matthew Golden, quote, one of the most explosive playmakers in the draft. How about that? And Dak Prescott needs another target other than CeeDee Lamb.
I'll take it. Matthew Golden, he's surprising a lot of people. We saw it all year long. Like, all the hype was on Isaiah Bond and him coming in and stuff. And Matthew Golden quietly had a breakout season. and was making spectacular catch after spectacular catch. I still go back and watch that one against Ohio State every once in a while. One hand going towards the sideline. And people forget he went out that game. Like, he didn't play the full game because he tweaked up his ankle or his knee or something. Who knows what would happen if he did play a full game? That definitely changes up Steve Sarkisian's play calling, if you ask me. So, yeah, Matthew Golden getting the love and the flowers that he deserves right now. Kudos to him. And that 40 time speaks for itself. Just, he's a big time football player. And Dak Prescott, I'm sure, would love to have him. Dak needs all the help he could get at this point. CeeDee Lamb's probably looking at the other side like, yo, man, I'm getting all this bracket coverage and double teams and stuff. I want the ball, but Dak can't get me the ball at times. I need somebody to free me up. Matthew Golden could be that guy. I don't mind this whatsoever.
Okay. I like it for Matthew Golden from a financial standpoint, because moving up to the 17th pick, and Athlon has Johnny Barron now going 23 to the Packers. So just interesting. And we'll, as we, get these mock drafts, we'll go over it, but man.
Green Bay, they're trying to do something with Jair Alexander. I don't know if he's overstayed his welcome there. He could be a little much. Jair Alexander. At Green Bay, you have to have a certain swagger or lack thereof. Jair Alexander might have too much swagger for them cheese-eating folks up there in Wisconsin, where it could rub you the wrong way. Like, it come off disrespectful. You know what I'm saying? Like, I just, again, really good corner, top 5 cornerback in the league, gets paid a lot of dough, but talk about a-hole. Like, Jair Alexander is one of those guys. So if you could move on from him and bring in a young up-and-coming stud like Johnny Barron, who could fill that spot, and you don't have to pay him as much as Alexander's getting paid, that wouldn't be too shabby either. Plus, you, Chip, know as well as anybody, the wide receivers in the North, NFC North, yeah. You better have that helmet on tight, because going up against Amon-Ra and Justin Jefferson and them boys, like, it ain't no easy route at all when it comes to guarding these guys in the NFC North that you're going to have to see twice a year. So, again, a top-end corner that's as versatile as Johnny Barron, that's not too shabby either.
They got Isaiah Bond going late second to the Buffalo Bills, and Cameron Williams going late second to the Philadelphia Eagles.
That'd be a steal. That'd be a steal. If Cam Williams could get to Philly with all those vets, championship DNA, that's what Cam Williams needs. He needs to be around a good franchise that has their head on straight, that's buttoned up. You don't need to be around folks like Carolina and Cleveland and stuff like that. Like, he needs to be around grown-ass men that come into work every day, hard hat, lunch pail and all, ready to work, trying to repeat, and you see how champions do it. Like, Cam Williams needs that, because as much, promise that Cam Williams has, we saw last year, he has to clean a lot of stuff up, man. And I'll, again, give him the benefit of the doubt. Ohio State game, he was a little gingerly out there with his leg, and Jack Sawyer and JT Tuo took advantage of that. But the false starts, him and DJ Campbell seemed like they couldn't get on the right, just rhythm together. DJ Campbell took a step back. Previous year, Christian Jones had DJ Campbell right. So I want Cam Williams to be on a team that knows what they're doing and can help develop him so he could be a big time right tackle for the years to come. But he's one of those guys that's going to need some work, and watching might be best for him.
Well, it gets again, this is Athlon Sports. I think they do a good job covering college football. So I've never really looked at their NFL mock drafts before, but they do a good job covering college football, so they know personnel. But
who'd you say Isaiah Bond? Who they got Isaiah Bond at?
They got Isaiah Bond going 62nd to the Buffalo Bills.
Ooh. That's not bad either.
And then Cam Williams 64 to the Eagles, which would be great for Cam Williams because the Eagles are pretty loaded on the lines. He's going to get all kinds of opportunity. But listen to this. So Athlon has, the top 3 quarterbacks going in the first round. And then they got Jalen Milroe going to the Raiders with the 68th pick. Now we're in the 3rd round of the draft. They got Tyler Shuck. And by the way, they got Alfred Collins going in the 3rd round, 75th to the 49ers. And then they've got Tyler Shuck going ahead of Quinn Ewers. And they've got Quinn Ewers going. So here's what's interesting. They've got the LA Rams with their 3rd round pick taking Gunnar Helm with the 88th pick. Like, that would be a perfect spot to draft Quinn Ewers. But they've got their their tight end, who's good, is getting a little older. He was injured last year. So they've got Quinn Ewers going in the top of the 4th round. After they've got Tyler Shuck going to the New York Jets. They got Quinn Ewers going the first. Andrew Makuba, late 3rd round to the Dolphins. And then Quinn going top of the 4th round to the Tennessee Titans. So Athlon clearly not impressed with what Ewers did at the combine. I don't think that he'll be around then, but it's good to get different perspectives.
Does Athlon have Shedeur Sanders or Cam Ward being taken like earlier than that?
Oh yeah, they have them. They have them going. So in the first round, they've got Tennessee taking. They've got Shedeur Sanders going to the Browns with the 19th pick. They've got Cam Ward going with the 3rd pick. No, they got Cam Ward going number 1 overall to the Giants.
Okay.
Then Travis Hunter to the Browns. Then Abdul Carter to the Titans.
Okay.
Tatoria McMillan, the wide receiver from Arizona, going 4th to the Patriots. And Mason Graham going 5th, the defensive lineman from Michigan. Ashton Genty going 6th to the Raiders. And I don't know, man.
Yeah, Ashton Genty being that high. I mean, I get it. Bijan and Jahmyr Gibbs were taken in the first round, but that's higher than what they went. What was Bijan, the 8th pick overall? Ashton Genty, hell of a player. Absolutely. Runner up for the Heisman, breaking Barry Sanders records, the whole nine. His year at Boise State here in 2024 was so impressive. But it's the Mountain West. Like, I know Josh Allen dominated the Mountain West. Josh Allen's one of the best quarterbacks that we've ever seen. But this is for a running back with where their value is. Like, you can't tell me. Would you be surprised if Jaden Blue had a better career than Ashton Genty? A little, but not much. Not much. I wouldn't be surprised that much. Like, taking a running back that high will always be risky to me at this point. If the Raiders feel like that's what they got to do, all right, go ahead. But I don't know, man. I like Ashton Genty. I don't think I like him that much.
Yeah. Just interesting that, Quinn, after the combine, this mock draft came out yesterday. Quinn Ewers, first pick in the 4th round. So that'll be interesting. I would think that a team like the Rams, who just signed Matt Stafford to a short-term deal, would want to get a guy in there to start learning, growing. And if the Rams could get Quinn Ewers late in the 3rd round, man.
Steal.
Yeah.
That's a steal. I mean, you can't look past Quinn Ewers' availability and durability. That's my biggest scare with Quinn. Just, if you're out here getting hurt against college players, how you going to last in the National Football League? That's just every single year, something came up. Freshman, sophomore, junior, something came up. He had to miss games. Freshman year, here comes Hudson Card. Sophomore year, here comes Malik Murphy. Junior year, here comes Arch Manning. As pretty of a ball that Quinn Ewers throws, you got to look at his injury history and be scared of that. So I'm sure that's what this mock draft is thinking more. But if Quinn Ewers can stay healthy, then he could be a steal for anyone, especially a team like the Rams, someone that has such a bright IQ and philosophy like Sean McVay.
Yeah. Interesting stuff. Who really helped themselves? And we'll find out. I mean, NFL.com, Daniel Jeremiah, that's a guy who, I like to see. And we'll talk to John McClain coming up at 3:00, get his thoughts on the combine and what he thought. But just interesting. And, I say I would like it if Kelvin Banks went to the 49ers, because the 49ers have been good, and Kyle Shanahan, and I just don't trust. And I know the McCaskey family had a death recently. I don't know if the ownership in that family is going to change direction, kind of like the Lions did once Mama Ford took over among the kids.
Deaf. What does that mean? Deaf. I
think the matriarch of the McCaskey family just died. And let me make sure I'm saying the right things.
Yeah, man, you can't put death on nobody. That's heavy.
Virginia Hallis McCaskey. So I don't know.
She was calling the shots.
Yeah, she just died February 6th. So I don't know who's calling the shots. Maybe the Bears will get better, but that's been a place to just wither on offense. When was the last time the Bears were good on offense? That town is so about the defense.
One of them
Like,
Jay Cutler years, they were in the NFC
you know what I
Championship.
mean? Just you saying Jay Cutler, that tells you everything. They went to a Super Bowl with Rex Grossman
Killer.
because their defense was so good. Urlacher and the boys. I mean, I don't
Peanut
know.
Tillman.
Yeah. Oof. I think the Bears are that's rough.
Our boy Nathan Vasher was on a couple of them teams, wasn't he?
Yeah, and he didn't play for nothing.
He played a little bit.
No, he played all the time. He was a Pro Bowler, but he didn't go to the playoffs.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, he actually, I say that he might have been on that team.
He might have been on that team. I think he was.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Give me he didn't play for nothing. He played for something.
Listen, I know that division. They have been terrible for so long. I mean, Rex Grossman went to that was Super Bowl, what? Super Bowl 20? That was forever ago.
It was a while. What was it against? Peyton
forever
Manning?
ago.
Devin Hester.
No, Super Bowl 20 was 85, but man.
Yeah, our boy Cedric Benson. He was part of those teams. They were nice, man.
Said B didn't play in no Super Bowl.
He didn't play in the Super Bowl.
Oh,
You sure? That wasn't rookie year 2.
let me see.
Yeah, look that up, man. We gotta give my man Said B some credit here.
Okay, let's see here. That was 2007. Yeah, Said B probably was on that team.
Hell yeah.
Here, I'll tell you.
Yeah, that team was cold, man. What up, Rob? Afternoon, brother. Yeah, I mean, Rex Grossman versus Peyton Manning. What you gonna do?
And they still, like, Peyton wasn't good in that game. That was a close game.
And stuff.
Yeah. That was ugly. The Prince halftime show in Miami.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So I'm talking about. Okay. Let me see. Vasher was not on that team. But man. Was Said B already gone?
To Cincinnati? Wasn't that the next stop?
Yeah, let me. Man.
CB said he was on that team.
He was?
I mean, that's what CB said. I believe CB 99.9% of the time.
Yeah, I do too. Let's see. He wasn't playing much, though.
I mean, yeah.
He might have been injured. Yeah, he was only with the Bears. It was 3 years. Yeah, he wasn't listed on their active roster for that Super Bowl. But, hey, I'm just saying.
Ben Johnson's going to turn that thing around.
He's talking a lot of noise.
That's what I'm talking about. He should. He's about to unlock what
He don't have it. He don't have that guy anymore.
No.
We got to see if Roma Dunze can pick it up. Drafted him on my fantasy team. He didn't do nothing.
Yeah, that was a bad pick for you. You were very high on him. You're talking rookie of the year, best wide receiver taken, and
did you see how good he was against Texas?
I did see that. Did you see that Terrence Brooks was guarding him? Ouch. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Like,
hey man, truth hurts.
Truth does hurt.
Hey, that was one of your best takes of all time.
It still hurts me to have to
when you saw that. You saw that picture of the team's reaction to playing Washington, and Terrence Brooks looked like he had a stomach ache.
Oh man,
And then
never seen someone
enough,
that disappointed to almost play for a national championship. I've never seen that, the fear that Terrence Brooks had. I was like, oh yeah, Texas has no chance. I didn't tell y'all that, but in my mind, I'm thinking Texas has no chance. Zero chance in this game. Everybody else celebrating, Jordan Whittington pumping his fist, Steve Sarkisian clapping, all these big time players. And Terrence Brooks sitting there like he just lost his dog. Terrified. Like, you can't be terrified and play this game. This is why you play this game, to be in those moments. You know what I'm saying? Like that's what it's all about. You kidding me? Yeah, that was a bad moment.
He played in 7 games this past season. He had 1 pass defended.
Good grief.
5 tackles.
Wow. You should be getting that in the game.
Right.
Illinois couldn't find nothing for him.
Couldn't find nothing for him.
See, yeah,
that was a good conversation between Steve Sarkisian and Terrence Brooks, or whoever had it. Hey, you might want to collect that NIL money somewhere else, because we got Jade Barron moving over.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm out. Jade said, "Hey,
that spring game last year, Terrence Brooks. He looked bigger. He looked bigger. He looked stronger. He looked faster. It looked like he was taking that 2023 year seriously. Like, this ain't gonna happen again. And then after that spring game, he was out of here, just like that. Like, what conversation did Sark and Terry Joseph have with him?
They told him we're opening up your position.
I mean, it be like that sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
Got to produce. I mean, you ain't gonna get me fired because you out here trash on the field. Like, I get it. Terry Joseph, Sark had to do what they had to do.
All right, good. CB got to the bottom of it. Vasher had 6 tackles in the Super Bowl against the Colts. And said B had 2 carries. So, thank you.
Appreciate it, CB.
We defer to the greatest volunteer producer in the history of radio. That's why we value him so much.
Yeah. Hey man, I got something to show you. Does this look good to you? You like this right here?
Oh,
I am showing Chip Brown,
Choice.
Picture of Tashard Choice in his Detroit Lions gear, standing by a giant poster of Calvin Megatron Johnson. Texas fans, y'all might not like this as much.
Yeah, that's tough. I mean, I loved having Choice around, but I'm happy if he's happy. I mean, if he's the highest paid running backs coach in the league, then you got to do what you got to do.
Yeah, you got to leave. You got to go. So,
and I'm happy to hear that. Yeah, he looks happy.
He looks happy.
And I'm glad to hear the Lions are paying coaches. Glad they're spending some money. They used to have the reputation of, econo-class. Dollar store.
I mean, was it Detroit having all types of, as a city, financial issues?
Yes.
That's changed a little bit.
Well,
Detroit's picking up.
Yeah.
A lot of Little Caesars pizza being sold.
Or maybe they realized, okay, we're making a lot of money as an NFL franchise with all this television revenue. Maybe we should spend it so that our people here in the city have a little excitement in their lives. I mean, the pro sports teams are kind of the front porch of the city, the same way that athletics are the front porch of a university. A little bit. some cities have so many other things going on that, like LA, they got Hollywood. They're not like the fans of the Rams. They don't live and breathe with their football team like the Eagles do, like the Lions fans do. What's that old saying? The worse the city, the better the sports fans they are, because they don't have
Makes
anything
sense.
else.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I feel that.
You buying that?
I'm buying that. Absolutely.
Yeah, I believe this too, Joe K. I believe that. If they didn't have 13 defensive players on IR, come on, man.
Woulda, coulda, shoulda.
Oh, here we go.
We can play the what-if game if we want to, Joe K.
Here we go.
You're playing against a rookie quarterback. You got to win that game, Jared Goff. Got to win that game, bro. Come on, man. And the Commanders just got better. They got old husky-ass Deebo Samuel. It's on now. It's really on. Commanders say, yo, that old horrible ownership that we had a couple of years ago, never again. FedEx Field's already a crap show.
Crap show.
Oh, one of the worst stadiums.
Terrible.
Not only in the NFL, but even in college.
Zay, when I was there covering the Texas-Maryland game, there was a leak right over my computer. It's like dripping.
Yeah.
I'm like, can I get a towel? Somebody? So I had to go to the bathroom and get all these paper towels. And
I'll take Nelson Field and Burger Stadium over FedEx, man.
I'm right there with you.
Telling you, that's awful. But
that was terrible. And we had a horrible rain. I don't know if you remember.
I do.
I can't remember if the game was delayed or something, but it was a terrible rain. And then it cleared up. But that place was leaking.
Awful.
Right into the press box. I was like, y'all need to pay your bills.
Pay your bills.
Dan Snyder. This is a relatively new stadium. I mean, it's not RFK. What the bleep? Oh, I hated that place.
Yeah, it's a pigsty.
And it's out in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, what, Landover, Maryland?
Right.
Yeah.
You drive out there and it's just crazy. I'm like, you got the Washington Nationals right downtown, beautiful. Football team's like half a state away.
Jeez. Yeah, not even in the same state. What are we doing?
Right. Come on. It's terrible. It's terrible.
Sad.
All right. We got John McClain coming up at 3:00. We got a little Texas baseball tonight. In addition to women's basketball, the women are playing. It's 5:00. Ole Miss on SEC Network, and baseball is taking on Santa Clara tonight at 6:30. So the women will be late in the game when baseball starts up at 6:30 at Dish Falk Field.
Is baseball going to be on SEC Plus?
Baseball, and this is where you miss the Longhorn Network, man. Yes, it will be on SEC Network Plus.
Okay, you can watch those games at the same time.
Yeah, because you can only watch SEC Network Plus on your phone.
I mean, you can watch it on if you have like Roku or Xbox or something like that. That's what I do.
Or on your computer, whatever.
Computer, yeah. But you can multicast it. Watch women on one side, baseball on the other. I saw Jonah Williams passing out pizzas with the rest of the baseball team, trying to get the fans at the Dish today. Because my man Jonah Williams, he ain't doing nothing else. All I see him doing is
he looks like he's having fun.
Looks like he's having a blast.
Yeah.
That whole team looks like they have a good time.
Like, I was in the airport with them, and you kind of see what's going on when they're just being normal, regular people. And Jonah he's having a good time with his teammates, even in the airport.
Yeah.
So it's not like he's, bummed out that he's not playing. He's happy to be a part of that team. And I think there's a good vibe on that team.
Absolutely.
I think there's a good vibe on that team. In
Yeah,
Santa Clara, this is kind of the dress rehearsal going into SEC play next weekend. So
the only thing big about Santa Clara is Steve Nash. Let's sweep these fools. 10 runs plus a game. And let's get to SEC baseball when it's really going to get popping. You know what I'm saying? Like, you got to take care of your business against these G5 schools, even though some of these G5s could really play, but still.
Ask A&M.
Yeah, ooh, I like that. I like that play this. A&M, what, they 4 straight? 4 straight losses?
No, I think they won. I think they won one in there. But they're 6-5?
Yeah, UTSA, they came up to Bluebell. We ain't here for the ice cream, y'all. We here belt to ass. That's what it was, just like Texas State. And you pay those schools, don't you? Like all the lower schools that come visit you, is it like football? Like you're paying to play them if you're a big time powerhouse, Power 4 conference. Or is that different?
I think it's different. Let's see. They lost to Texas State. They lost to Arizona. They lost to Oak State. That was 3 in a row. Then they beat Rice. Then they lost to UTSA.
Okay.
And then they beat Texas Southern on Wednesday.
Them brothers ain't
now they're
no baseball at Texas Southern.
I knew you were going to say some nonsense like that. Oh, man. That's terrible.
The brothers ain't playing no baseball at Texas Southern, man.
Why aren't they playing baseball anymore?
I don't know. Like,
they're the best players.
You can recruit a lot of Kenny Loftons. Be cold.
How about this, though?
Kenny Lofton was cold.
Real quick. Adrien Rodriguez, freshman. 11 games into the season, he's batting .404.
Damn.
That's good.
I didn't know he was a switch hitter. I've just seen him bat left. Yeah, I didn't know he's a switch hitter. Has he batted on the right side yet?
I don't think so.
I don't think so either.
I don't think so.
Yo, that kid, sky's the limit for that young
man. But he hasn't faced. Well, no, I don't think he has.
Yeah, I haven't faced the lefty to where he jump on that.
He's got 3 home runs. Mendoza and Rylan Galvan have 4, and Will Gasparino have 4. They have the lead. A-Rod has 3 home runs. He's batting .404. He's 6 for 6 on stolen bases, leads the team. Like, yeah, that was a good pickup. You've got to keep that bat in the lineup. So the question is,
yeah, somebody said he's hit from the right side a couple of times. I missed them bats.
Yeah,
but
that's good.
That is good. Like, switch hitter, I get you far, man. Not too many of those going around like they used to. You know what I'm saying? Like, batting at playing third base too. Who he think he is? Chipper Jones?
Chipper Jones, baby. Chipper Jones.
Man. Best switch hitting players of all time. But I like Casey Borba. If you got to put Adrien Rodriguez as a DH, because again, he young, 5 errors, that's a lot. And that's a lot in 10 games, man. And I'm sure Jim Schlossnagle ain't tripping. It's just a part of the process, but also SEC play's about to start. So we got to figure out these rotations, what these positions look like, because you need Adrien Rodriguez in the lineup batting. Like his bat, like you batting in the fours, you won't fire right now. So you need that type of production, but also you can't be giving up runs and giving up hits because of bad fielding errors.
Yeah, I'm going to check and see if I can find out what Adrien Rodriguez is batting from both sides. But yeah, so lots going on. And it's March 7th. Tomorrow we got Red River at the Mood.
Hey, guess who's back? Back again.
Weaver
back. Tell a friend. That's a big pickup.
Okay.
That's a big pickup right now.
Yeah.
That's a big pickup. Because Rodney Terry needs some type of motivation at times to sit Jordan Pope and to sit Julian Larry and let Trayvon Mark and Trey Johnson do the ball handling. And I think he'd feel better if Kendall Weaver was out there and have that 3-guard lineup, Mark, Weaver, Johnson. And you know what's been surprising? Jason Kent and Arthur Kaluma playing together at the 4-5 spot, power forward or center spot, technically. That hasn't been bad, especially when they trap the ball handler coming off of ball screens. You know, in the Georgia game where the first half they were horrific, but in the second half they were a lot better, they used that lineup with Kaluma and Kent playing the 4 and 5. And they were jumping those guys coming off the screens. Fast forward to this past Tuesday, they were doing that on Josh Herbert against Mississippi State, and it was working out. And I feel like they're going to come into this game guarding Jeremiah Fears, who dropped 35 against Missouri. This dude's coming in on an absolute heater, but he's one of those players that you could trap coming off the screens. And I think you'll be okay having everyone else beat you. Now, Jalen Moore in that first meeting in Norman, he had about 29. So you don't want him to go off. He's definitely capable. Him and Fears, they're tied for leading scores on the team with 16.4. But I'd look to stop Fears first, Moore second. So you adjust as the game goes along, but start off the game doing what you've been doing, trapping the best player, coming off ball screens to force them to get the ball out of their hands, and then see what those other guys, those other 4 players can do with it, and have those guys try and beat you, because you know that's what teams are going to do with you and Trey Johnson. They're going to try to get the ball out of Trey Johnson's hands as much as possible and make Trayvon Mark, Arthur Kaluma, Caden Shedrick, and the rest of the crew try to beat you. So watch that Oklahoma game, the first game in Norman this morning. My man Jordan Pope was killing, 27 points. That was his last good game. That was January 15th. Jordan Pope hasn't played well since.
January 15th, and our man Kendall Weaver went out January 7th.
Yeah. It's been a long time. So it's going to be interesting to see how RT plays Kendall Weaver, because you know he's going to be rusty. How in shape is he? What was he able to do with that groin hip injury that he had? Like, how much was he able to run? Because you could be in the best shape in the world. You could have Kenya stamina, them Kenyan brothers that be running the marathons and stuff. You could have that type of stamina. But once you back and forth and you're playing D and getting rebounds and that adrenaline kicks in, you could get winded quick. So Kendall Weaver, who plays off of emotion and heart and passion, Let's see how many minutes he gets tomorrow. But I think that's a big get for this last stretch run that the Longhorns need in order to fight themselves in the NCAA tournament.
Okay. Can't believe we're still talking about Texas getting into the NCAA tournament, but hey.
Let's go, man.
Get hot. Get hot.
Hey, I see both teams are outside looking in. Texas and OU outside looking in. First four out. This game could do it. This game could do it. And I told you what, January 15th, loser of that game ain't making the tournament. I hope that's true. I hope that's Oklahoma. Wakanda produced basketball players. They should. R.I.P. Chadwick. Chadwick Boseman. Yeah. But
Look at this. How them playing each other gonna lift them up into the 68 when they're both outside 68?
yeah, you need those first four teams in. They got to lose one or two. Someone does. I don't know who it is, but yeah, you're going to have to win this game and then win the game in the SEC tournament. Maybe two, depending on who you play. It could be done. It could be done, but a lot of Longhorn fans, as we saw yesterday, they want them to lose right now. So RT could pack his bags and get to stepping. I ain't like that. Come on, RT. Come on, RT, baby.
Come on.
You got some life left. Press the right buttons. Steve, Pat Riley, McClain. Press the right buttons. Frank Haif, Chappelle. Come on, fellas.
Man. Well, actually, Texas could end up having a good draw if they're the 13 seed. They would play Georgia for the right to play A&M, the 5 seed. These are projections. If the season ended, if the regular season ended with these projections.
What kind of good draw is that?
Huh?
Good draw. How is that a good draw?
As a 13 seed, you're not running into Auburn, Florida, or Bama in the first 2 rounds. You can win those 2 rounds.
I mean, yeah.
You should be able to beat Georgia, the 12 seed.
Should be able to beat Georgia. We're getting over our skis a little bit. That's a bad matchup for Texas. That's a bad matchup. They got all those big African brothers down low and Asa Newell, who's 7 foot, going to the league and stuff.
Well, you got to beat somebody.
You do?
And I'd rather play Georgia and then A&M than face Bama, Auburn, or Florida.
You're right. You're right there.
Those are 2 games that Texas could actually win. And then all of a sudden, if some other flameouts happen, hey, maybe Texas is a play-in game. Maybe they're heading to Dayton.
Would you go to Dayton? What's wrong with you, man?
I'll cover that right here on TV. Hey,
you can make it out of Dayton and make a run. That's how Shaka got the Texas job.
That's true. That's true.
You can make it out of Dayton.
Is that 2010?
I like Dayton. Yeah. I like Dayton. Dayton's fun.
He came out of Dayton. Oh, you've been to Dayton?
No, not like that. I meant like the NCAA tournament, the first 4. I just like that basketball being played there. It's just start March Madness a little early. It's fun. Texas has never been before. don't want them to go because that means you're at the bottom of the pack, but it's still fun basketball. It's just hard to win 3 straight games because they play Tuesday, then they start the round of 64 Thursday, and if you win that, you play Saturday. That's a lot.
It's a lot.
That's a lot. So, but again, Shaka's done it. That's what I'm saying, CB. Like, how is he this good with Marquette? Like, I don't understand that.
I'm telling you, it's because he inherited big men. He inherited, Prince eBay and then Jared Allen, he was recruiting, and then Mo Bamba, and like he was trying to figure it out on the job how to coach true big men. Because when he had VCU and their Havoc, they were all like 6'7", 6'8".
Yeah, just long.
Yeah.
And they press and stuff. Like,
oh yeah. That was a fun team to watch.
That was weird. As you go from this style at VCU to Texas and you don't play the same style. And I get it. You need to adjust to the personnel that you have with your players. But also, you have to go out of your way to recruit the players that fit your personnel and your philosophy and what you like to do as a coach. And he never did that. He never did it. And the year that you think that he does it, when he has Greg Brown and Kai Jones and Jericho Sims, those dudes, some of the best athletes you're going to find. That was such an athletic team, but...
And they were a 3 seed.
They were a 3 seed. They were good. They were good. But again, Courtney Ramey, I couldn't stand Courtney Ramey's game. He played hard. He was tough. St. Louis guy, so he had that toughness about him. I couldn't stand Courtney Ramey's game. It made me pull my hair out. He just small guard with decent ball handling, decent quickness, streaky shooter, and he would play like 35 minutes a game. Like, you can't work with that. I do miss Andrew Jones, though. Matt, my man Coleman, I like Coleman's game, too. He had a horrible game against Abilene Christian. He was awful in that game. But
Matt Coleman, he used to dribble out of control toward the baseline, then jump in the air and look to make a pass. And you're like, let's not do that.
Yeah.
Because half the time it was going to the other team.
Yeah. But when he was good, he looked like Nick Van Exel when he was good. When he had his moments, Nick the Quick, because he was a lefty, he had a little bit of that in him. Just a tad. Not enough.
Not enough.
Not enough.
I can honestly say I never thought of him and Matt Coleman and Nick Van Exel in the same sentence ever.
It was a little bit. It was one of those, you sip at least 3 bottles of yak.
Nick Van Exel at Cincinnati or Nick Van Exel in the league?
A little bit of both. A little bit of both. Maybe Nick Van Exel at Trinity Valley Junior College.
There you go.
But that was one of those, you sip some cognac, you run on it, take something else that'll get you a little loose, kind of the type of drinks that you were on yesterday. And then you could see it. You could see it, the smudge.
Okay. Hey, let me get a quick mention in here for AV consultations while John McClain loads up. Because when you're ready for the big screen of your dreams, you know where to go.
Hi, this is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations. We've been providing custom electronic systems for Central Texas for more than 36 years. And
Old man, I think they all know who you are and what your company does. This is Camilla McKay. The old man believes in big fun and big ideas. He can make dreams come true, so why not dream big? I've been up in Boston, but I know the old man and all his friends and fellow radio heads have been spreading the holiday spirit here in Texas. Why should we stop there? Keep spreading the good feelings all over. Audiovisual Consultations carries all major brands of televisions and stereo equipment at prices you can't find in stores. And you don't have to leave your house. Just like Santa, they deliver the gifts to you.
yeah, I like that, kid. Throw a party, hang out with your friends, catch a concert.
That's all fun and good, but can we get back to the business? You can give us a call at 512-255-8678 or visit our website at avconsultations.com for some cool electronics.
Oh, now you're forgetting something.
And as always, hug your kids. We only pretend to be annoyed. Watch some games with your friends and make love to whoever the hell you want.
All right. I see him. I see him in the green room. Let's bring him in. The General, Mad Dog McClain. One and only John McClain. He's in the Pro Football Hall of Fame for coverage of the NFL. He's in the Texas Sports Hall of Fame in Waco. Next time you're going up I-35, go see John McClain in the Texas Sports Hall of Fame. John,
Boy, you gotta look hard.
you got to look hard. It's all right.
Look hard.
You can
gotta
find
look
it.
at Dave Campbell room, and then you got to look on the right wall, and you'll see the 16 media members of the Texas Sports Hall of Fame. They couldn't have put us in a worse space, but fact is, I'm still in there.
That's right, baby. That's right. And it's good. It's good for people to have to look around a little bit. That way they see everything. You know,
There's
that's
a
what
lot
you want.
better things to see at the Texas Sports Hall of Fame besides us.
Well, John, we were just talking about the NFL Combine. So we want to get your take on, you know, who you thought really helped themselves, maybe who didn't help themselves, before we ask you about specific players.
Well, that seems so long ago. I forgot everything I saw and read and learned. I've moved on to the start of free agency now. And I watched all the combine, saw a lot of great performances. One thing Isaiah Bond learned, do not shoot your mouth off, and finish 10th. And it's amazing the way Longhorns have so many fast receivers. And I think Arch Manning will love that because he'll throw deep. Quinn Ewers has got really good touch on his passes. And in fact, we find out he was hurt. I think people were impressed with him that he was able to play hurt. And but you know, Manning's a great arm, not to mention he can run like crazy. But all those receivers that want to transfer to UT, I think they did it last year thinking Arch was going to be the starter. Now they're open. They come in there and he'll play 2 years. I bet he does. Probably be number one overall pick whenever he comes out. But all those fast receivers at UT, fast players from UT got a lot of attention. And they're going to have a lot of players drafted, of course, for the second year in a row. As far as guys improving, I never look at strength. The strongest guys never excel in the NFL. If you're fast, not 4.2 fast, but if you run into 4.3s, which so many guys do today, that gets you attention. But there's so much more goes into success in the NFL besides just being fast. And now we know Xavier Worthy, his all-time record is safe for at least another year.
Yeah. Would you be surprised if Quinn Ewers went in the 4th round?
I think somewhere 3rd or 4th. I think when people talk to him, they'll like him and learn a lot about him. But, you know, he's got good touch and good accuracy. And it's sometimes, and you see him every game, when he decided to run, I saw him run really well a few times. But it was like C.J. Stroud. People said coming out of Ohio State, he couldn't run. He said, no, I can run. But I have great receivers. They're running open, and I had to get them the ball. So I think I think he'll go in the third round. If it was after the third, I'll be surprised.
John, where the Texans are in the draft right now and what you saw at the combine, what stands out? Which way do you think they're going to go? Who do you think that they're looking at specifically? And who did you see from the combine that might fit Houston more than others?
First of all, y'all going to have to bear with me. I've been getting over a bad cold. I've been out of the house since Monday, so I'm having to hit the mute button and cough a lot. Texans have made two moves that I think are very smart. All these players that are getting cut, veterans who can still play, because teams knew they're going to get cut if they don't trade for them. And the Texans, for the second year in a row, did this with a player. Said, instead of you cutting him, how about we give you a 7th-round pick? So they traded a 7 to Jacksonville. 7 next year to get receiver Christian Kirk. And Kirk missed 9 games last year with his shoulder injury. It required surgery. As long as it's not to one of his wheels, he shouldn't have a problem. He'll come right in, play with Nico Collins, and I still think they'll draft a receiver. Not the first 2 rounds. I think that'll be for offensive and defensive linemen. And then today I found out news they should have done, but I didn't think they would because of their loyalty to veterans. It's reported they're going to get rid of right guard Shaq Mason. He was terrible last season, gave up 10.5 sacks, second most of any guard. He played real well in 2023. Caserio got him for a 6th-round pick from Tampa. Won 2 Super Bowls with the Patriots when Caserio was there. And him, and they should. He was going to be 32 by the time training camp started, and they need.
John, you're muted.
They need a veteran in the offensive line and the defensive line in the 1st and 2nd round. Could be defensive if they don't have a guy on offense, or vice versa. I think they'll get around a receiver in the 3rd round. They don't have a lot of needs, but they do need 2 offensive linemen, a defensive tackle, and another receiver.
If there was an offensive lineman who, I don't want to say, who would be available, do you have a favorite?
No, because it depends on how much money. They don't have a lot of room under the cap. There's a center at Atlanta. There's a guard from Indianapolis. What I don't like are old guys. Before Christian Kirk, all these fan sites wanted him to get Devontae Adams, Cooper Kupp, and maybe they will end up with Cooper Kupp. But he's going to be 32, and he hasn't had a good season since 2021 because he's been hurt. He missed an average of 6 games a year. Well, you don't go giving big money to a receiver that's going to be 32, hadn't had a good season since 2021, unless the Rams cut him and they sign him because he wants to be reunited with new offensive coordinator Nick Caley. Also, what I'd do before the Rams, I'd say, look, instead of you cutting him, how about we give you a 7th-round pick this year or a 6th-round pick next year, and then hope you get 10 or 11 games out of him before he gets hurt. And there's a lot of receivers out there, but they're all older. That's why I like the Christian Kirk deal. He's 28. He played really well at Arizona, got a big contract from Jacksonville. And we're like, what? One good season? My God, they gave him that kind of money. Then he had a great season. Then he started getting hurt. And both games that he's played 3 games against the Texans the last 2 years and caught a touchdown pass in each game. So give me a younger guy who's on his 2nd contract instead of an older one who's on his 3rd. And I feel that way about the offensive line. You could get a savvy veteran who's older and just trying to stick around, or a young guy that has a chance to actually improve.
Here's a good question from our guy, Jose. He asked, does Matthew Golden get the stamp of approval from John McClain as a certified first-round pick? Former Texas wide receiver, ran a 4.29.
Yeah, it just depends on where he's going to go. There's the kid from Arizona, Tedero. How do you pronounce his name?
Tatoria McMillan.
Tatoria. And he'll be a first-round pick. Luther Burden of Missouri should be a first-round pick. And Golden, I think, will be either the first or second receiver pick. Fast, that was great. But everybody sees the tape. He needs to make sure he puts on a good show at the pro day and impresses everybody. And he's got a chance to make even more money. He could be, and I've seen some predict this after the combine, that Golden could be the first receiver taken, possibly somewhere around number 10.
Ooh. Yeah, that's of the quarterbacks, John, do you get a sense that there's a clear number one quarterback in this draft?
Yeah. Everybody says Cam Ward is separating himself from Shedeur Sanders. And why? What's he done? He hadn't done jack squat. And I don't like it. This is my 57th year as a sports writer, 49th covering the NFL. And I am in the minority because others just don't do this. I understand using anonymous quotes for news stories, but using anonymous quotes to rip up a college player about to enter the NFL, like Shedeur Sanders and others, I think is gutless. I think it's ballless. And I think those people are cowards. I've had players tell me, well, I'll talk to you about it off the record. And I said, nope. If you're going to be critical of somebody, you got to have the guts to put your name on it. Well, I'm not doing that. Well, I'm not writing it. And I didn't. I did it one time in the 80s with Oilers quarterback Chris Chandler, quoted a bunch of players who were dying to rip him, his teammates. And I did. And then afterward, he told the media, well, we know he's not making that up. Well, I think most people knew I wasn't. But still, it bothered me. So I've never done it since. What has Shedeur Sanders done? The fact that one quarterback coach, I wouldn't even have quoted this person. Who cares what one team's quarterback coach says? Thought he was brash. Don't you want your quarterback to be brash? Wasn't Baker Mayfield brash when he was the number one overall pick? And I just think it's ridiculous. But Cam Ward, I think Tennessee will take a quarterback. And I think it will be Ward because he's been very impressive in the interviews. Now he's got to put on a show. But the fact is, all he got to do is go back and watch his tape. One season in Gardner Ward, 2 or 3 at Washington State, 1 at Miami. There ought to be enough throws on there where you get an idea about the ball. I heard one national scout on NFL Network, who I respect the most, saying he couldn't wait to get to the combine to see how the ball comes out of his hand. I said, well, don't you watch all of his college throws? Can't you tell how a ball comes out of a guy's hands by watching him play in games? So I don't know what's happened, but right now everybody's clearly saying Cam Ward is number one. But that doesn't matter what they're doing. Titans have no clue what they're doing. If they did, then you should fire everybody because at this point, you don't know how the workouts are going to keep going. You don't know how the interviews are going to keep going. And you might find out about things off the field. You don't know. Trades. So it's preposterous that anybody would know. They may know what they want, but what you want and what you end up doing a lot of times are two different things.
Yeah, good point, John. Ashton Genty, Boise State running back, runner-up in the Heisman, breaking all these records this past season. A lot of these mock drafts have him going in the single digits of the first round. And we know the value of the running back isn't the same as it used to be. Guys like Saquon Barkley and things like that are trying to change that. Jahmyr Gibbs, Bijan Robinson both went first round. Where does he stand in your opinion, John?
Daniel Jeremiah from NFL Network, who I trust more than any, has him rated as the third best player, but has him going like 20th. There's no way that's going to happen. You look last year, Cincinnati gave up on Joe Mixon. Giants gave up on Saquon Barkley. Titans gave up on Derrick Henry. Raiders gave up on Josh Jacobs. What happened? All those guys went to teams that went to the playoffs. They all had great years. What happened to those other teams? They didn't have running games. It backfired on them tremendously because they thought, well, we can do running back by committee. No. There was a time when you guys were, I guess you were born, when running backs made more than quarterbacks because they were so instrumental to their team. And I think Ashton Jenney could go to the Raiders. I think he could go to the Cowboys, Broncos, somebody else, because he can control what happens to his defense, help keep them fresh, take pressure off the quarterback. I just hope he doesn't go to the Cowboys.
Okay, so do we think Shaq Mason is getting released from the Texans?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he's going to be gone when it becomes legal on Wednesday. They can start negotiations on Monday. All deals will be done then and Tuesday. And by the time we get around to 3 o'clock on Wednesday, when it starts officially, all those early deals will be done. They'll just be announced. All these cuts we've been reading about will be announced. And you'll have that first wave, and then it'll be a slack time. Then it'll be a second wave. Then it'll be a slack time till June and July when they get closer to training camp. And you'll see the guys out there talking to their agents and say, what, you told me I was going to get $10 million. Now you're telling me I can get one? And then they get desperate and they have to sign for the minimum with some incentives. So there's basically 3 ways. And that first one, because some teams have so much money to spend, like New England, Las Vegas, Washington, the Chargers, they got a lot of money. They can afford to overpay some players.
Yeah. Speaking of Washington, John, Deebo Samuel going from San Francisco to the Commanders. Talk about just this move for the Commanders. And it just seemed like yesterday San Francisco was going to the Super Bowl almost every other year. That one year with Garoppolo, then that year with Purdy, and now it just seems like they're very far from going back. Talk about just both of those franchises with this move.
Deebo Samuel was one of the best weapons in the NFL. Then he got in a contract dispute. They eventually got it settled. Then he went 2 years in a row without being great. And so he wanted out. They took a game, they got a 5. If they had paid a big portion of his contract, they could have got a 4. But it's pretty obvious they just wanted to get out of it. So they took the 5. That's why this stuff about DK Metcalf, a 1 and a 3, and he wants $30 million. You know what? I want to weigh 180 and I want to have $20 million and I can want all I want. They're not going to get that for DK Metcalf. And now there's talk about Brandon Ayuk, but they just went through a protracted contract battle with him. They got settled last year. You're going to give Brock Purdy that big contract. You're not going to get rid of his weapons. So Brandon Ayuk's not going anywhere. They signed Christian McCaffrey last year before last season. So they had big cap problems. They spent a lot of money. And when you're a Super Bowl contender every year and you get there, it costs money. And if they learn how to navigate the pitfalls of the salary cap, as Baltimore, Philadelphia, Green Bay, some of those others do, then they'll be able to become a Super Bowl contender every year. One of the dumbest things I hear, and I hear it here a lot, is you got to win while your rookie quarterback's on his rookie contract. While your quarterback's on his rookie contract. That's preposterous. Did Jalen Hurts, was he on a rookie contract when he won the Super Bowl? No. He got a monster deal. Remember when Mahomes got $450 million? Have they won any Super Bowls since then? Yeah. What about Baltimore? Is Lamar Jackson still on his first contract? No. And so you can win if the general manager knows what you're doing and the coach knows what you're doing. All those other things are excuses coming from losers or media people that are clueless about the way the NFL works.
How are we going to look back on Joey Bosa, 5-time Pro Bowler? Chargers have said bye-bye. What's your take on Joey Bosa?
He's only played 29% of the games the last 2 or 3 years. They just couldn't count on him, and they were paying him a fortune. So, new regime, they gave him a year, and then they cut him, saved him about 26 or 27 million that they can spend on others, but they already had a lot of cap room. This was not done for a cap reasons. This was done because he wasn't earning his money. I'm guessing unless somebody gives him a lot of money, I would not give him a lot of money. I would give him a lot of incentives that would allow him to make a lot of money if he stays healthy. They think he'll end up with the 49ers, or he can be paired with his little brother.
That'd be interesting. How about Aaron Rodgers, John? What's going on with his situation? You hear links to the Raiders. Who knows what the Vegas Raiders are going to do at this point, but seems like him and Devontae Adams are a package deal of how close they are and what happened in New York. What's going on with both of those players?
Well, the key piece in the quarterback dominoes is Sam Darnold. I think that the Raiders would be a good spot for him. I don't think he's going to Tennessee unless they offered more money than the number 2 team because they're terrible. And he played with a team that won 14 games. And he threw 35 touchdown passes and for over 4,200 yards. But he had 2 games, and a lot of people soured on him. The bottom line is Kevin O'Connell gave up on him and wants to go with an untested second-year player, J.J. McCarthy, over a guy that won 14 games. But what if the Titans decided they were in love with Sam Darnold and they gave him about 40, 50 million a year? Then they got the first pick in the draft. They could take a top player, but more than likely they would trade it to the Giants because the Giants figure Cleveland's going to take a quarterback. Giants could move 2 places to get the top pick, and then the Titans could still get Abdul Carter or Travis Hunter, who are really the 2 highest rated players in the draft. And then, or they could trade down and get more. But it's a great position, but only if you are a quarterback needy team or quarterback desperate team, as they all are, and you got Sam Darnold. As far as Aaron Rodgers, I saw yesterday they're talking about the Giants are seriously interested in Aaron Rodgers. And I'm thinking, why? He's 41 years old. He'll be 42. What's the point? He's going to be a bridge quarterback. A bridge to what? They're not going anywhere. Do what you got to do to get a quarterback and go with a young guy who can grow with the team. Don't take an old guy just biding time. Would Rodgers want to go to Tennessee? Well, they're terrible too. Raiders aren't very good. And Cleveland, would he want to go to Cleveland and get involved in that cesspool that Myles Garrett's trying to get out of? So I think Rodgers is going to go wherever he gets the best deal or the best situation. And right now, none of those situations are good.
I mean, Deshaun Watson, they just redid his deal again to create some more cap space. Are they just have to hang on to him? I mean, are they hoping that he suddenly finds the fountain of youth or forgets who he was?
They're giving up on him. He'll be there one more year. They'll put him on IR. Saying he's having problems with his Achilles because he's already had 2 surgeries, and he'll make all that money. And then they'll cut him in March of next year, still take a severe cap hit. They'll designate it as a June 1st cap hit to split it and hoping the cap goes up another $25 million like it has recently, and the hurt will not be as painful. They know they need a quarterback. They can get one if they like him. And I feel bad for the Browns, not for the Deshaun Watson. That was all the owner, Jimmy Haslam. But I feel bad because Myles Garrett wants out. He's adamant about it. He tried to go to the owner to state his case. The owner wouldn't talk to him, told him to talk to the general manager, and they're not going to trade him. And he's digging in for one of those long, expensive holdouts. And like Hassan Reddick had last year, when it cost him 3/4 of his salary. But Watson, he wanted, and I don't know, once he's cut, would somebody re-sign him to like a minimum deal? Would he do that? I don't know. I don't know if team. The fact is, if he could play, somebody will sign him because of desperation. But they're certainly not going to pay much money because he doesn't need much money.
Last one
John,
for me, John.
Go ahead.
Yeah, last one for me, John. Max Crosby, 105 or 106.5 million, highest paid non-quarterback in the league. Does he deserve this or not?
He's a great player. He's great for the Raiders, great teammate, great for the city. And I think if you're going to pay that kind of money, pay it to one of your guys. Don't pay it to a guy from another team. Reward because it sends a great message that if you bust your butt and you're great in our culture and you play great, we will reward you. So I think it's a really good deal.
All right, John, real quick, what's your take on the Rockets?
The Rockets, at one point, they had the third best record in the league, second best road record. It's not that they've hit a bump. They've been going along about 4-6 while the Lakers have passed them. The Warriors are gaining on them. And so they've been about a 500 team. They'll make the playoffs, and they'll be what I thought they were at the start of the season. A team that will get in the playoffs, maybe win a round, and next season is when they'll compete for like the Western Conference Finals.
Okay.
Appreciate it, John. Always fun conversation. We look forward to it every Friday.
Thank you guys
Have a
very
great
much,
weekend.
as always. Have a great weekend.
Thanks, John. You too.
All right. John McClain doing it.
Soldier, man.
All right. Let's I know he's getting through those allergies.
Oh boy.
Kind enough to fight through it for us. All right, let's get a few mentions in here and we'll get into the commentary. Hey, McCall Custom Homes. Love McCall Custom Homes because they want to make your house exactly the way you want it. They want you to be happy, and they are the ones to make you happy because Mike McCall, McCall Custom Homes been doing custom homes for 40 years in Austin. Family owned and operated, father-son team with tons of experience, and they're all about the details. So check out their, renovation work on social media at McCall Custom Homes, and then give Mike a call, 512-633-9580, or just go to their new website, McCallCustomHomesATX.com, whether it's a bathroom or a kitchen or some expanded outdoor space. Give Mike and McCall Custom Homes a chance to come in, share their vision with your vision, and make it exactly the way you want it. McCall Custom Homes, adding value to your home. McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com. And guys, if you're snoring, you need to get into the Sleep Cycle Center. Take it from me. I'm a guy who's been diagnosed with sleep apnea, and you got to have that sleep study. And Sleep Cycle Center they're the best. They have all the best equipment and expertise to evaluate what's going on with your airways and then give you the treatment options. And that's what you need, because it's not just annoying to the person that you're sleeping next to. It is potentially life or death. Reggie White, the Pro Bowl defensive end, died of sleep apnea. We don't need to get to that. And if you're, waking yourself up from snoring, it means you're not getting enough oxygen. So here's the great thing. You can go into the Sleep Cycle Center, tell them you heard about them on Texas Sports Unfiltered, and you're going to get $100 off your sleep study or weight loss program. That's what it's all about. Go to sleepcyclecenter.com. 2 great locations in Austin, one in the Arboretum, the other in Lakeway. It's sleepcyclecenter.com. And don't forget to tell them you heard about them on Texas Sports Unfiltered. And hey, it's the weekend. It's time to get over to Cover 3 for some brunch tomorrow or Sunday, or head over there at 5 o'clock. You're still in happy hour for the Texas women taking on Ole Miss there. You can watch the games at Cover 3. You can enjoy great food. The Sean Adams prime rib sandwich, the Chop House burger that Texas Monthly says is one of the best in the state of Texas. I mean, Cover 3 is high-end food without the high-end prices. And that's what it's all about. And a great vibe, great place to hang with your friends. You got Cover 3 Anderson, you got Cover 3 Round Rock, and Cover 2 right there at 183 in Lake Creek. And Salt Traders, if you're looking for great seafood, the best seafood in Austin, and one of the best happy hours in Austin. Great selection of raw oysters, best selection of raw oysters in Austin. And you go in for happy hour, 3:30 to 6:30, you're getting $5 off the shareables menu, which has the mussels, the crab cake, the grilled oysters, the New Orleans barbecue shrimp. Yeah, Salt Traders Coastal Cooking right there at Zilker, at Rolling Wood and Mopac, and up north in Round Rock off of Old Settlers. All right, Zay, for the chip shot today, I'll just touch on a couple of things. Very excited to see what goes down with Texas baseball this weekend. Jim Schlossnagle said this will be, if they want to see guys going into SEC play, he's going to do it this weekend. So we know Jared Spencer's going to be the starter on Friday. We know Luke Harrison's going to be the starter on Saturday. And now we know freshman lefty Dylan Volantis is going to be the starter on Sunday. Very interested to see how he handles that moment. But then also, what's he doing at third base? Is it Adrien Rodriguez? Is it, is it someone else? And does he have Adrien Rodriguez DHing? Because I think he wants to get it, figured out, and then get ready to head off to Starkville, Mississippi next weekend to start SEC play. And that's no easy place to play with the cows and everything else. So it's a interesting, important weekend. Plus, Texas baseball has won 10 games in a row, and they've scored 50 runs in the last 4 games. So the bats are booming, and you love that, because a lot of times, pitching is ahead of hitting at the beginning of the season, and that is not the case with the Texas Longhorns. They're hitting everything, and they're hitting it through the line. I mean, Casey Borba hit a home run. He was playing third base against Texas A&M Corpus Christi. Heck, you had 5 home runs hit Tuesday night, 2 of them by Rylan Galvan, who's batting in the 9-hole and is just tearing the cover off the ball. We know Will Gasparino has a loaded bat, and that top of that lineup is tough. Ethan Mendoza, Max Ballou, Jalen Flores, and Adrien Rodriguez. So very interested to see how the baseball team handles this weekend against Santa Clara. Tonight, first pitch at the Dish, 6:30. But before that, you got the Texas women. Vic Schaefer, SEC Coach of the Year. Madison Booker, SEC Player of the Year. And now we know that if they beat Ole Miss, they're going to play Oklahoma. And Jenny Baranchich, who's been a little bit of a thorn in Vic's side since she took over at OU. Been some good battles. And last year they rolled into Austin and beat Texas, and Vic went nuts on his team, and it was a big old week. I mean, he called them out. And this year they went up to OU and handled business in their only meeting. So, but tonight I want to see how the youngins. I'm not pushing for the youngins. I just think they need to get worked in as part of the rotation. And you know what? If they're feeling it and they're making a difference, leave them out there. It's okay to have Rory play the 2 if Brianna Preston is more comfortable at the point. And it's okay to sit Shea Holly. Give her a rest. I mean, she's averaging more minutes than anyone else. Let Jordan Lee, if she's got it going, get in there. And obviously, Justice Carlton can give you some minutes at that 4 position. We've got Jackalenga Mwen and Tonda, who's been playing that 4 position as well. It's great to have depth. This is an unselfish team. Handle your business tonight, and let's see how this weekend can go for the Texas women's basketball team, which is number 1 in the nation.
Hey, I need Garrett Wilson to make the trip to Greenville, South Carolina. I need him to make the trip. Support your woman, Garrett.
Greenville, South Carolina?
Yeah, man. He can train there. He can find someone to train with. You know, find a Ruthie Poo high school quarterback in the area. Throw him some passes. He can still get right. I know he's trying to negotiate this $30 million contract so he can afford a commercial flight to Greenville, South Carolina to support his woman. You know what I'm saying? Like, I need him out there. I need Garrett Wilson out there because this is the time we need Shea Holly, Chip. We need that 3-point percentage to go up. If Shea Holly could get you 3 threes a game for the rest of March, this team's winning the Natty. Telling you.
Winning the Natty.
Factor. Nah. Private. We want Garrett Wilson to save his money. You know what I'm saying? We want him to save his money.
Yeah, don't be like, yeah.
Rex, come on, Rex. Rex don't believe in love. Keep his ass at home. For what? For what? That's not a supportive man. That's not a supportive boyfriend, especially when you got it. It'd be different if my man Garrett Wilson was playing in the XFL or something. He's not. The dude's about to get $28 million a year. He ain't a distraction. He's the comfort. He's the comfort for Shea Holly. She sees him in the stands. He waves. She waves. Now she could be, okay, my support system's here. Now I could go out and perform. He ain't no distraction. Garrett Wilson's a wholesome young man. Wholesome young man. It'd be different if she was dating Malik Neighbors. If she was dating Malik Neighbors, then I'd say keep your ass at home.
What is wrong with you? All right.
Garrett Wilson, wholesome.
Last thing for the chip shot. Man, Mike White is all about packing the weekend and playing these games. They're going to play 5 games.
Jeez.
Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. They're playing in Columbus, Ohio. They're playing Merrimack tomorrow morning at 9:30. They're playing Oakland, the Detroit Oakland. Tomorrow at 2:30. Then they're playing Kent State on Sunday. And then they're going to play the Dayton Flyers on Monday and play the Ohio State Buckeyes at 3:00 on Monday. Texas softball.
Do they start SEC play the following weekend?
Yeah. After that, next weekend, they're at Florida, number 3 Florida. That's when this gets real.
Yeah, that's real for sure.
The baseball team will head off to Starkville, Mississippi. The softball team will head off to Gainesville, Florida. Remember, Florida was opened the season at number 1 in the D1 softball poll. So should be an interesting weekend on the 40s, eh?
Tegan Kavan looked good the other night.
Yeah. Yeah, I think she's back on track.
Yeah, we got that swagger back. That's what I'm talking about, Tegan. Let's go.
Let's go. All right, let's get to the right call.
Let's get it. Before that, though, I got to give a shout out to Covert BK, family owned and operated automotive dealership that have been serving the greater Austin area for over 100 years. Get rid of that bootleg car that you're driving right now. You can't be driving in a car that was made in the 80s. Check engine light always coming on. You're putting in so much money into the car, even more that it's even worth. Don't do that. Hit up Covert Bee Cave and get a high quality selection of new or pre-owned vehicles. The customer service, absolutely outstanding. And hey, it's in a beautiful part of town too. 42 acres located in the hill country in Bee Cave. And they have 7 terrific brands to choose from: Buick, GMC, Ram, Jeep, Dodge, Chrysler, and Cadillac. My wife and I love our Buick Encore GT. It's absolutely amazing and gets us everywhere we need to go. I remember a year ago or so, before we got the car, my wife was nervous every time she got in her previous car. Them nerves are gone because Covert Bee Cave hooked us up. So if you want to see all the latest specials and inventory that Covert Bee Cave has to offer, go to their website at covertbeecave.com. Our guy Daniel, Marcus, Jerome, and the rest of the crew will hook you up and find you a car that you feel comfortable in for the next 10 plus years or so. So nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. And if you're looking for a full service wholesale and retail plant nursery and landscape supplier here in Austin, Texas, Leaf Landscape Supply are your guys. 2 amazing locations. If you're down south, go visit them off of 290 in Monterey Oaks. If you're up north, go visit them off of Pond Springs Row. Whether you're looking for large quantities of supplies to fulfill any landscaping job, trendy house plants, a collection of specialty plants and rare plants, they are your one-stop shop for everything you need. So go check out their website at leaflandscapesupply.com, see everything that they have to offer, and hey, make your house look way nicer than it used to. When it comes to the decoration, Leaf Landscape Supply, they want you to just lovely. That's just a lovely place to go. We got plants from there. It's absolutely amazing. Check them out at leaflandscapesupply.com. Remember, when you go in and you make a purchase, let them know the boys from Texas Sports Unfiltered put you on and you get 10% off. Can't beat that. 10% off at Leaf Landscape Supply. All you got to do is mention the folks at Texas Sports Unfiltered. All right, y'all. We talked a little bit of men's basketball, but tomorrow, huge game. Red River. The Sooners are coming in. They're pissed off. They're trying to fight themselves into the tournament. They're probably still angry about that January 15th loss that they had against the Texas Longhorns. And watching that game this morning, I forgot that Texas was up 23 points at one time before Oklahoma went on a 19-1 run in the second half to make the game a lot more interesting. That was Jordan Pope's last best game. Again, that was a long time ago. Jordan Pope had 27 points. He was on one. Trey Johnson had 17. Really good game. Trayvon Mark had 15. So you just saw a solid performance for the Longhorns in their first win of SEC play. And going in tonight, they didn't do the best job on Jalen Moore. They didn't do the best job on Jeremiah Fears, but they did a really good job on the rest of those guys on the Sooners team. You got to slow down Jeremiah Fears. That dude, this is his last year playing college basketball. He's definitely going to go to the NBA, just like Trey Johnson. Heck of a player, 6'4", long arms, not the most athletic guy. He's not going to dunk on you or anything, but he's super crafty, man. He gets to his spots well beyond his years as a freshman. You know, not the best three-point shot. He's shooting 27% from three, but he can hit it. And when he gets going and when he gets hot, he will shoot some threes and he'll knock them down. Ask Missouri, who he just dropped 35 on this past week. So he's feeling good about himself. The Arthur Kaluma, Jalen Moore matchup should be a lot better than what we saw on January 15th because Arthur Kaluma was in foul trouble a lot of that time. I think if he could stay out of foul trouble, he could really slow down Jalen Moore. But for Texas, you got Kendall Weaver coming back. That's huge. The pride, the heart, the enthusiasm that Weaver plays with, they've missed that. They've missed that type of toughness because Kendall Weaver at 6'2" plays like he's 6'8". So if he could come in and not be rusty and not be fatigued due to the lack of games that he's played this year, he could be a big boost for Texas. They also need to see that Traymon mark that we saw against Mississippi State, that Traymon mark that we saw against LSU. Just not thinking, going out there and hooping. Not deferring to Trey Johnson when the ball's in your hands, Traymon Mark. You need to be in attack mode because you got to be the Robin to Trey Johnson's Batman. We know Trey Johnson's going to get his. Like, that's for sure. Trey Johnson's done a really good job of making the right play when he's getting double teamed, when he has all eyes on him. But also, this team, this coaching staff, against Missouri or Mississippi State, they did a way better job of getting Trey Johnson the ball in open looks, running him off screens, him playing off the ball more where he doesn't have to play so much ISO ball. If they could do that, Texas should come out victorious. But that's a big if, a huge if, because we know this Texas team, they're fighting for their NCAA tournament lives for a reason. Rodney Terry's fighting for his coaching life for a reason. We don't know what Texas team we're going to see tomorrow, but hopefully Caden Shedrick could bring his A game. Jason Kent's been playing a lot better as of late. Larry Pope, give us something and see if these guys can make a run here in March. But the loser of tomorrow's game for sure ain't making it. Unless if something dramatic happens in the SEC tournament, the loser of tomorrow's games, you could basically write them off on making the dance. And who wants it more? We'll see tomorrow at the Mood, 7 o'clock.
Man, let's go. Let's go. Those dental floss dreams, baby. They're hanging together with dental floss. Let's see what they got. See if they can replicate what they did out there in Starkville and not look like that flat pancake that showed up for Georgia last weekend.
Yeah.
That was terrible.
That was awful. I mean, they basically let Mississippi State come back the other night. Can't have that happen. I just mentioned Oklahoma in that first game came back down 23 points, like got it in single digits, only end up losing by 4. So that's what this team does. They're dramatic. They're so dramatic. Like, can you just win easily and blow teams out? Like, that's just not in their DNA. So no matter how much they're up, you can't hold on to that. You got to keep playing. And We'll see if this team with Kendall Weaver being back, that's a big deal. I can't, make that a point of emphasis enough. That's a big deal, Kendall Weaver coming back tomorrow. It just depends on how many minutes he plays and what he could do for these guys. But you could be rusty and still give the effort that Kendall Weaver does and still be productive. That's what's good. Like, he's that type of player. Loose balls, defense, offensive rebounding, defensive rebounding, just straight up toughness. Like, you could come in and make an impact playing that style of play that Kendall Weaver does. I'm feeling good about it. So,
well, and speaking of Oklahoma, I misspoke earlier because the Oklahoma women are going to be playing South Carolina. And of course, if Texas beats Ole Miss tonight, at 5, then they would play the winner of LSU and Florida. Florida upset 6-seeded Alabama. So,
okay.
Yeah.
All right.
This is
all
where
right. So listen to this. We got about 5 minutes, Chip.
This is where the coin flip comes into effect for Texas. But anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, that stupid coin flip. I don't understand it, but yeah, whatever. All right, listen to this story. So Cam Scatterboot, we know Cam Scatterboot, former Arizona State running back, carved up Texas like a Thanksgiving turkey. Well, he is being sued by his former teammate. I'm going to botch this guy's name. Mathos Kagaris. I don't know. Sorry, Mathos. But Mathos is suing Cam Scatterboot because of Scatterboot's reckless actions, causing him to have a severe elbow injury that ended his football career. Apparently, 2 years ago, 2023, Mathos and another player went in a golf cart where Cam Scatterboot jumped on it, causing the golf cart to collapse, where Mathos ruptured his triceps, and now he is suing Cam Scatterboot for $300,000.
Wait, this happened when?
This happened in 2023. Now he's suing. I don't know about this, Mathos. I don't know about this, bro.
He must have called Thomas J. Henry, and Thomas J. said, "Hey, you can still get in his pockets.
I mean,
let's sue him."
I mean, now that we know Cam Scatterboot is going to be an NFL player, strike while the iron's hot. Because 2023, we didn't know that. We didn't know that. Cam Scatterboot come from what? Sacramento State. You know, we thought that he was going to go straight to LinkedIn after his Arizona State career. That's not the case here. Now he's about to make buku money. My man Mathos is trying to seize the opportunity. I feel him. This is petty. I feel him. Do that. Go ahead. Get what you owe, because you should still be playing. Mathos, career-ending injury, the game that you love, grew up playing. Pop Warner and Cam Scatterboot.
Pop Warner practices. Oh, yeah, man.
You're just trying to play a nice, wholesome game of golf. You were playing golf yesterday. Think about if a crazy no-neck SOB like Cam Scatterboot came and jumped on your cart. That'd be tough. That'd be tough times for my man Chip Brown.
Flipped it over, hurt my elbow. I mean, you bet I'd be signing up Thomas J. Henry to go after Cam Scatterboot.
Oh, man.
Without delay, especially now that it looks like he might be making a little money.
That's right. You got to get him.
When he just showed up at ASU, he didn't have any bread at that point.
Nah, nothing.
And now he might have a little something.
Sam Levitt making what, $3 million supposedly? Have you seen that? To come back, be in Tempe?
For 2 more years?
2 more years. Sam Levitt.
1.5 per?
I think so.
He was good. He was good.
Oh, he was good. It was hard to get him on the ground at that Peach Bowl, man.
He was talking nonstop noise, and he backed it all up.
Oh, yeah, he was talking crazy.
He's like, I'm going to be the best quarterback on the field.
Yeah. Quinn Ewers, who? Who? This guy?
He was just running his mouth, and then they were running after him. Even Colin Simmons and Ant Hill were trying to chase him down. I was like, damn Levitt. Look at this guy.
Nah, he's got some swagger. I like him a lot. He gained a lot of my respect after that Peach Bowl game.
Yeah.
know? And then him and Cam Scatterboot were holding hands in the presser. He was crying, boo-hooing, all that stuff. He got humbled a little bit. Ain't nothing like some warm, humble pie, you know.
The warm, humble pie.
Well, warm, humble pie, but he's wiping his tears with Ben Franklin's $1.5 million a year. So he ain't too bad now.
Hey, man. Watch out for them Sun Devils.
We'll see.
They almost got after the Horns, if not for 4th and 13. Quinn Ewers, Matt Golden. All right, let's bring in the fellas. Patrick Davis, Fanatic Perspective.
Well, how y'all doing, man? How y'all doing? It's a Friday afternoon, ready to get going. Feels like we got a lot of NFL news happening. Hopefully the women are going to win here in a few minutes, an hour or so. We get to the women's game, and I mean that should be come on, it should be easy, right? Should be easy. Just scroll through this whole tournament. No, the SEC women's basketball. What are they known for? Really? Come on.
Impose your will. Impose your will. SEC Coach of the Year, SEC Player of the Year. Impose your will.
Exactly. It's going to be a good one. We appreciate you guys. Have a great weekend. Always love following there, Chip and Zay. Well, you guys have a great weekend. Till Monday. We'll have a good time going today. My name is Patrick Davis here on Open Gym. You know, we like to bring in different guest hosts all the time. My man, Matt Galatzan, will be back next week, coming back and doing some shows with us, but he is still recovering from tonsil surgery. So we gave him the week off, and we brought in a bunch of our friends, and today is no different, bringing in the Fanatic Perspective, Steven from the Fanatic Perspective. I can spit it out. It's Friday. It's been a long week. We appreciate you joining us, dude. How you doing, man?
Doing well. Thanks for having me. What's up, Texas Sports Unfiltered family? Good to be on. I think I'm officially making my debut here on this platform with you, Patrick. So excited for the next 2 hours. If you're listening on the drive home, if you're getting ready to have your beverage, I know it's 5 o'clock somewhere. We ready to jump in, man. Let's get it.
We're ready to go. Yeah, if you don't know, Steven has Fanatic Perspective. It's a YouTube channel, and he goes out there and puts a lot of great content of, Texas sports, as well as Spurs and Cowboys and other great sports here in the state of Texas. So we're happy to have him on the show today. Today we'll get into the QB discussion of returning quarterbacks, talk a little NFL news, notes and nuggets, and the NFL and the Cowboys. Texas basketball, big game this weekend. We'll get into a little Texas women's basketball as well. We'll try to get that in before 5 o'clock, because that's when the game will actually come on in the second hour of our show. We'll keep you up to date. And kind of rolling around, and we'll see what else comes up in the world. If we get over to the world of NBA and people get in arguments in the front row now and all of that, we can get into all of that. CB, what's going on? Always appreciate you there in the chat. Open Gym is also open for everybody in the chat room and the text line if you want to join the conversation. Hang out with us here on a Friday afternoon as we get you ready for Texas women's basketball coming up here in a little bit. And then, we'll get you ready for the weekend as well. It's going to be a good one. And why don't we kick off? We like to start off talking about Texas football because, that is kind of the main thing in the city of Austin and the state of Texas is Texas football. And USA Today put out a poll yesterday or 2 days ago. I don't know when it was, but they put out a power rankings for their rankings of the quarterbacks coming back to Texas, are coming back to this college football in 2025, and no huge surprise maybe to some people. They're already buying in on the Arch hype. Arch Manning coming in as the number one quarterback on this list. Number one. There's some other lists where Arch is not number one yet. Some people not give him the love because he hasn't been a starter yet. He's played a couple games, started a couple games, but we do see Arch Manning get number one on this list. Are you good with Arch being number one? Or are you the superstitious Texas fan that always complains no matter what?
I'm not the superstitious Texas fan. And for those that know me, I try to keep a level head and be rational minded about these things, especially with preseason conjecture and a lot of the things that happen in the offseason. That comes with the brand of being a Texas fan. That comes with the program of Texas, right? No different than if you're a Lakers fan, a Cowboys fan, a Yankees fan. Those things are to be expected. But when you have the combination of an Arch Manning and a Steve Sarkisian and the Texas program, the hype's going to be the hype. I think I'm fine with them regarding Arch because of what he is expected to become. Do I think he's the number one returning quarterback in college football day one, start come August? No. I do think he's in the conversation, right? But, I don't know how I can just automatically get there ahead of guys like a Cade Klubnik or Garrett Nussmeier and, some of the strides that they made last year. But, I mean, with what Arch has at his disposal, Steve Sarkisian, again, being his head coach, I can see how the rationale is in terms of, what he is to be, right? So I'm cool with it. What say you, Patrick?
No, I think that Arch I'm fully okay with him putting him on this list because the hype is what the hype is going to be. And so this, I feel like when you start to diminish the hype a little bit, it's going to be harder to deal with in the world of like, well, some people think he's going to be the best. If we just go across the board and everybody says, we expect great things out of Arch Manning, we can get out of our system early and let everybody know. And then Ohio State game, hopefully he's going to play very well. We know Quinn played great against Michigan, and that's apparently where he suffered an injury that derailed the year a little bit. But for Arch, you hope he plays really well in that game. There's going to be some roadblocks along the way. There's going to be some speed bumps. You get into SEC play, there's going to be teams that just game plan you really well and slow him down. It depends on, we got to see what wide receiver Corey has. I like the guys he has, but I don't know if he has the guy yet. Like, if you look at this wide receiver class right now, there's maybe not a first round pick next season. And basically the last couple of years, we've had a first round pick in the room. And I mean, we had a first round and a second round last year. And so you could look at that and say, okay, he's going to have a little bit harder time if they don't bring in another wide receiver in the transfer portal. The run game you're hoping is going to step up, but maybe they run the ball even more to help out Arch. And, they brought in a lot of coaches to try and get that run game set up, not just for, the overall run game, but for short yardage and red zone and getting into the end zone and really having that weakness, but bringing in a bunch of coaches to try and shore that up a little bit more. It'll be interesting to see what they do with it. But yeah, I have no problem with it. I get where number 2 is on this list, is number 1 on some other list, is Cade Klubnik. Cade Klubnik, kid from Austin, Texas as well. Really good player. And that he's just on that Clemson team that, because Dabo is so unwilling to join the 2025 how football works now, and I get it. Now, all of us would prefer it not be this bad. Like, we would prefer there be some sort of regulations on the board so that everyone wasn't getting kind of screwed, because the NCAA has no backbone. They're just an inept organization that shouldn't be around anymore. Someone else should take it over by this point. But because they are still there, we get to have Wild Wild West, and Dabo Swinney is holding on to a life wrapping like, I'm a really great coach. It'll work out. And Cade Klubnik, by the end of last year, he got him where he needed to be.
He did.
And Cade Klubnik looked really good. The problem is, I don't know if that Clemson team is going to continue to put out the teams around him to make that show off at the level where he can go and compete for a national title for real, because they just may not have enough pieces, because you have to play the game now in 2025. So Cade Klubnik, he's showing what he can do. If you're looking at just the end of last year, returning quarterbacks that are playing at the end of last year, he's definitely, I think him and then maybe a Sam Levitt, who we'll get to, are 2 guys that are really, really playing really good football at the end of the year.
Look, Cade Klubnik, we saw it firsthand in Austin, Texas. Like, he's from, not just being from Westlake, but the last game that Clemson played when we eliminated Clemson in the first round of the college football playoffs last year. He was on fire, especially in the second half, right? And so one of the things that I'm high on with Cade this year, and I'm with you with the criticism of Dabo's adaptability to modern day and how the game works. One thing that they do have, though, is some really good young receivers. And you saw the verticality and how they attacked our guys, especially Manny Muhammad, who had a lot of problems with those young boys when we played them in that playoff game. And if Cade is if that's the product that they'll have, and they look like a traditional Garrett Riley offense, which was the big hire that he made 2 years ago for Cade. Now he's in year 3 of that, right? So I actually bet on, believe it or not, and this is for everybody here listening, I bet on Cade Klubnik to win the Heisman Trophy 2 years ago when they made the Garrett Riley hire. That's how high I was coming off of what Garrett Riley had done at TCU with Max Duggan, right? And thinking, oh, they're going to do the same thing that TCU did. And it was a disaster that first year. And then last year, he was obviously really good. So I'm just looking at Cade as probably the guy I would trust the most in that number 1 spot. You brought up Sam Levitt of Arizona State. I'll bring up Drew Aller from Penn State, who I'm not super high on, but that's a guy who has all the NFL guys with his size and all the kids coming back at Penn State as well, right? So there's a lot of people in this mix of proven names. We go further down the list. Lenora Sellers, another South Carolina kid, right? Who beat Clemson at the end of the year and what he did in the SEC, right? So it's an exciting time. But going back to Arch real quick, Patrick.
Yeah.
Arch, with this group, and you touched on the receivers, we're going to see the Manning way in terms of preparation. That's one thing I do expect. So while the receivers are young, I know he has chemistry with DeAndre Moore.
Oh, 100%. Yeah.
I know that, right? We at least got to see a trailer last year. Don't forget, he started our first SEC football game ever, right? Albeit it was against Mississippi State, but we saw them not only play, but ball out, right? So because we saw that trailer, it gives me a little bit more gusto in terms of knowing what to potentially expect here, and also his contribution in the run game. One of the things that we're seeing modern day football now is guys being not just in the pass game, but dual threat capabilities, and that goes with K, that goes with Lenore Sellers, and all the other guys we mentioned. That now is present with Arch that we didn't necessarily have with Quinn Ewers, right?
Oh, and it's going to be really curious that we know Sark is I don't want my guy to run coach. He doesn't want his guy to run, but he's mobile at least you can move a pocket now, and you can do rollouts, and you can do all these things where you're not asking him to run. And if you have to run, cool, hit the sideline, get me 7 yards. I don't want you running downfield, lowering your shoulder. But if you got to run to the sideline, you're fast. Get to the outside and just get there and try and pick up a first down. Do the little Patrick Mahomes down the sideline.
Exactly.
Do that one. And
but leveraging his athleticism against the defense,
yeah,
even to throw, I completely agree.
Yeah, I mean, just moving around, when you talk about wide receivers, it's who does he have that rapport with? So when he does roll out of a pocket, who's the guy that turns around, sees him, and can find him? And when you have a younger crew, that may be a little bit harder. But if he finds somebody, and I'm sure they'll be working on this in spring practice coming up, I'm sure Arch has got the keys to the building now, and he is going to have all those wide receivers out there being like, y'all are not going to embarrass me when we play Ohio State. Y'all are not dropping passes. Y'all are not missing routes, so we're going to go and work. But those, when he cuts outside, and who's going to do it? And DeAndre Moore may be that guy, because DeAndre Moore just feels like he's a step ahead in the offense right now, being able to play in it last year and being an important piece last season. He feels like he's that step ahead, that he might be at the place where he can do it, be able to sense, okay, that was 4 or 5 seconds. He's not where he's not sitting in the pocket anymore. So I can count in my head now. And when I hit this point in my route, I need to turn my head back and make sure I'm looking. And if he's moving, I need to get to where he can get me and find open space where he can find me. And if you find that guy, whether it is, Moore, if it's Wingo, if it's Lockett, if it's French, or, I mean, even Jordan Washington is that guy you kind of look out for at tight end. If he can be somebody that can slide out after maybe putting a block, because look, the Jordan Washington situation is, can he block? And does he want to block?
Sure.
And so if he's able to sit there and hit a block, get his guy, and then as Arch runs out, split out and find the open space, that, like, right there, you just go, that's what Arch has to find. But as long as he has that guy, then everything seems fine for him to run roughshod across everything in college football, because we know the arm talent he has. We know the football IQ he has. And I think he's got that kind of above everybody else. Is other guys may have a chip on their shoulder. Other guys may have, a lot of the pieces of it. Like a Drew Aller, he has all the physical attributes, but you can already tell he may not be the guy to walk out there and say, I'm going to put the team on my back. And Arch feels like he is much more that guy, which even Quinn didn't have that ability.
If Drew Aller had a little bit more dog in him, they're in the national championship, Patrick.
Yeah.
Like, let's just keep it a buck. I mean, Riley Leonard showed some of that dog mentality when they really, really needed it, right? Both those teams in that Notre Dame Penn State game. And
yeah,
you're looking at Drew Aller with Nick Singleton, all Fat Allen, Kayvon Allen back there, all these guys, and he's the reason why they coming up short. Not everybody else. He's the reason, right?
No, exactly. And that's what I say is, when you look at Sam Levitt and when you look at some other guys that you can go down and Kate Klubnik, those guys they're the reason why that team is rolling. They're leading the team. And Drew Aller, I know they have been number 4 in this list. I would not have been number 4 in this list. I know he's got all the potential, but it feels like he is the Penn State quarterback, like a Christian Hackenberg or somebody else, where you're like, oh, he's got everything going for him, but I don't know if he's going to be able to turn that corner and say, now I run this team, now we go, and now we push forward. Or if he's a game manager. Game managers are fine. They're an important part, and if you can't have something else, you go get that. But I'm not going to put him in my top 5 of returning quarterbacks, because I just don't know if he has that dog in him. I don't know if he has that fight in him that when things get rough, he finds a way to make it work. And instead of forcing it into bad situations, go, okay, and Quinn Ewers is a perfect example of a guy who says, I may not be the best quarterback and I may not be able to make these throws and take over a game, but I can also hit guys over and over and over again, and I can keep our defense off the field, and I can make some right plays. Now, I'm going to mess up sometimes, but it's not going to be to the extent of it just compounds and compounds most of the time. Now, the Georgia game was the Georgia game, and that was bad for everybody.
Yeah, but I think Quinn got it back. To me, he got it back in the SEC championship game. Yeah. Unfortunately, we had a kicker that had his issues, and the kicking situation costed us. Quinn Ewers put us in position to win in the SEC championship game, in my opinion. So he showed me when he was healthier that the Georgia that he also learned he learned a lot, right? That first Georgia game in Austin probably will do so much good for Quinn Ewers' career and development moving forward from what he saw that night at the next level. Yeah. With that being said, though, Quinn Ewers has at least an iconic moment. I know he also came up short in his semifinal game, but that Cam Williams got beat by Jack Sawyer, right? Or else maybe Quinn has his fourth down moment. But Quinn also has 4th and 13 against Arizona State.
He does.
Okay, when the money was on the table, 4th in season, Quinn Ewers delivered. Okay, it was 2nd in season in Penn State, and Drew Aller fell apart with when they didn't need to, right? And so, I'm with you there. I can't. I'm not
saying he's not a top 10 quarterback coming back. I'm just saying he's not top 5. That's all I do. I'll shout out Carson on the chat line. We're going to get to men's basketball here in a minute. We'll get there. We've only been on for 15 minutes, but stick around, Carson. That's next. It's next on my docket. So we'll get to that as we keep rolling. But no, and I'll say this. We talked about this a little yesterday, and I more put my foot in the ground. If Texas doesn't get a kicker in the transfer portal here in April, and that next in the spring, it's like transfer portal, then no one can ever tell me the University of Texas or Sark has ever tampered at anything ever. That is, if they don't get a kicker, because right now all they got on the roster is Auburn and Will Stone. Like, man, if there's not another kicker in that portal that Texas picks up, they didn't tamper. They didn't go out and tell anybody to get in it, clearly. So
they got the punter, right?
They got the punter already.
And then Michael Kern went and kicked his butt off against Ohio State after they got the punter.
Yeah, I mean, Michael Kern was playing well. He just hurt. He was just hurt half the season and then couldn't come back. And, freshman trying to stick him out there. I get why you just go, we can't afford for you to learn on the job right now. And that was
not with this team.
Yeah.
In the 2010s. And it's funny you say that because people would say, oh, well, you wouldn't have given Michael Dixon grace back in 2015 when he was a freshman. Well, we were trash. So when we were trash, you can learn on the job. Go off, my guy. But if we're contending, it's a different.
And if you want to be in practice and set the world on fire and get the job, which Michael Dixon could have done, awesome. If you're hitting coffin corners and stuff like that, great. But if you're punting the ball and getting 30 yards net on the punts, I'm be like, all right, we might have to talk about this. You ain't putting the ball far enough down the field. And I think that was last year. Kern just wasn't putting a ton. He was doing okay, but he wasn't really smart about it. And then he got hurt, and then it was just downhill from there. And I think they tried to rush him back a little bit too, and he was trying to get back on the field, and they were just not ready to go. And so it was one of the things of why special teams was so awful last year. But we'll keep going down this list a little bit more. Carson Beck was actually their number 3 on this list. I get Carson Beck had a really good season 2 years ago, and he's not a bad quarterback, but I think we can leave the Heisman hope away. Like that's gone, right? We can stop pretending that he's going to win a Heisman.
Right now he's replacing Cam Ward. So, and Cam Ward was awesome last year, and he didn't win the Heisman.
Yeah.
With all the weapons that they had at Miami, by the way. Now, I know Miami's reloaded a little bit from that group, but I expect Carson Beck to have a nice year. I think realistically for him, I'm not even thinking Heisman when I think Carson Beck, be honest with you. I'm thinking more so, are you going to be first team all ACC, right? Competing with Cade Klubnik. Between him and Cade.
Didn't Duke pay a quarterback $4 million?
Darian Mensah. And apparently Malik Murphy was forced out, according to this news.
They were like, we got $4 million, and we're going, I don't get that one at all. That one,
I mean,
those
Mensa
people
was
are-
good at Tulane. I don't see $8 million over 2
don't know.
years. I didn't see that at Tulane.
They told me they were smart at Duke. That's what I heard. And it doesn't seem that way. Maybe they're just like, it's basketball. We don't know. We don't know what's happening on the football field.
Danny Mensa's not even on the list
No,
for the
he's
money
not.
they
And he's apparently the highest paid quarterback in college football next year. Now, Arch will get there, but they offered him the most money, and that was all the reports. And then Blake Murphy is out because it wasn't his choice, but he was told that there's the door. Oh, man. And that was after the whole thing of Manny Diaz saying the reason he went there is because he had a picture of him from a passing academy or some football camp when they were kids, and then be like, hey, I lost that picture. You got to go. You're out of here. Craziness over
Getting back to Carson Beck, though, real quick, just to finish out his piece.
Yeah.
I mean, I expect them to have a solid year. I think the one thing that they've been able to do at Miami is at least get better offensive line play there. I know the coach can be a moron sometimes with the clock and all those things, but they do know how to coach offensive line. And they've been able to put together some really good offenses at least the last couple of years. And Cam Ward was really, really good last year. So I think he'll be fine. That's a good spot for him and his Cavender twin girlfriend to go and have a good last hurrah. But the 2 years ago when he was this guy, I mean, he had Ladd McConkey and Brock Bowers, and I think we all underestimated how good those guys were because of the Georgia uniform, and we were blinded by the Georgia logo. But those guys were special players. I mean, they both go over 1,000 yards receiving in the NFL as rookies, both of them, right? And so that's what he was working with as a young QB. That's a cheat code for anybody, exactly. at the quarterback position. So
yeah, no, I'm with you. I got a couple more names on here we'll get to. We talked a little bit about Sam Leavitt, we know at Arizona State. Now, without Cam Scatterbo, we'll have to see what he can do there, if he's enough to carry it.
How do you feel about Leavitt, personally? How do you feel about him?
I think he's going to have a good year. I don't think he's going to be – I think that he's going to have a good year. Let's put it that way. But I don't know if he's going to be able to be the savior if they don't have the other pieces, because you're able to do a lot because Cam Scatterbo is such a threat that everyone kind of has to focus on that. And if they don't find that other threat – and now everyone can go. We just talked about Carson Beck. The Georgia beat Texas the second time because we hurt Carson Beck. They figured out Carson. It was figured out. That problem was tough. And so I think Sam Leavitt, if you get into conference play, they're going to have a hard time because the people are going to start to figure him out. And once you figure him out, there's not that other weapon that keeps you pressured where he can go do his business kind of behind it. Then it'll be a lot harder. But he was playing really well at the end of last season.
I think it's a really good positive for him to have Jalen Tyson back at a third-team All-American at receiver. So when you have a weapon like that, who he did not have against us in the playoff game, and he showed, to me, he was gutsy and showed a lot of heart. He's obviously got that athleticism that we were talking about to leverage with Arch behind the line of scrimmage and buying time. And part of the reason why he was running around so much like a chicken with his head cut off is inexperience, because he halftime didn't know what he was looking at. But he's fast, so he just got out of there and waited for the play to break down. You're not going to be able to get away with that over a whole season without Cam Scatterbo. I completely agree. The biggest thing with Arizona State is, can he develop as a passer and carry that offense as whoever their new incumbent running back comes in, and they have that balance there. I like his skill set. I hope he can develop. But I'm with you. I have questions without having number 4 back there, who was obviously a monster.
All right, what do you think about Garrett Nussmeier coming back? He throws the ball 950 times a game. They have nothing else going for that offense, and he's just gonna. Brian Kelly is just trying to pretend that he still has family there in Louisiana. It feels like he is. They're gonna blow his arm out or something if they don't. I can't imagine they stick him back out there and throw 40 passes again a game. I just can't. It's the detriment to him at this point.
Caden Durham, former Duncanville running back who took over towards the end of last season at LSU and was dynamic. They're going to need to be as balanced as they've ever been under Brian Kelly. They're going to need to really have Caden Durham's going to have to be a really, really, competing for all SEC type season to give them that balance, because he's also losing a right tackle and a left tackle who were potential first round picks, right? So on top of the receiver, now I never question receivers at LSU anymore because they always just seem to reload with another 6'4", 4'3" guy outside. Shout out to Garrett Nussmeier's father, Doug Nussmeier, who just won a Super Bowl with the Philadelphia Eagles. I know his son, there was talks about him potentially going into the draft this year, and I think some of that inexperience showed at the end of the season, starting with the second half of that Texas A&M game when they just completely fell apart. Yeah. And they seem to have issues offensively. If they can get back to the offense that we saw where he was throwing the ball a lot, but Garrett throws a really nice ball. And he's got a big arm for a guy that's 6'1". Can he stay healthy and have that run game with Brian Kelly? What kind of year is this for Brian Kelly? Just real quick, because I know we got to move on with the quarterback.
Yeah, no, we're good.
Brian Kelly, is he on the, I'm not going to say hot seat, but like what's up there, man?
Oh, he's on the hot seat if they're not in the conversation for the playoff again, because there's so many teams in the playoff now. And if you're LSU, true, and you're watching 4 SEC teams get in every year and you're not in the conversation, I mean, you were behind Alabama, Ole Miss, and South Carolina last year in the conversation. Those guys didn't get in. You were 3 behind that didn't get in. Like, how far are you just as LSU when you're like, we're paying him a ton of money. He was supposed to be this savior, and he's not. And he's also not a guy that I feel is a fun guy to be around when they're not winning. And so when you have that guy who's also not the politician necessarily off the field, and so he's just walking around blaming other people, possibly blaming that he doesn't have the money, blaming that other teams are doing whatever else. And we'll get back because we play football here. We do all, and it's like you can say all those things, but they wear thin when you're 8th in the SEC, 7th, 8th in the SEC. I don't think LSU wants to sit at that point. And, they're one of those teams that sits around, and as much as they hate to get paired with the Aggies, it feels like they're kind of in that limbo of, if you can't get us out of this and put us at least in the at least put us where we're in the conversation, right? Where they're at least where our name is being talked about at the end of the year, which is really easy, way easier to do now. Because it means win your non-conference and then lose like 2 to 3 conference games, and you'll still be in the conversation in the SEC, right? And so if you can't do that, why would they keep you around for long term?
I like the way you made it black and white, though, with the playoff bar, because that really is the criteria now for any major program that is paying one of these head coaches a lot of money. With the 12-team playoff now, there's enough spots where we're no longer talking about, well, we made to this bowl and we left the season feeling good. No, it's, did you make the playoffs, yes or no?
Yeah.
And you're not even in the conversation. Weren't even
because you can look at Alabama, and as pissed as they are because they've been so great, at least we're like, man, we were right there. If we fix a couple plays, we're in the playoff. Right. LSU's like, we got to fix games. We have to fix multiple games to be in this conversation. Alabama's a few throws away from the playoffs.
Yeah, but that's the actual climate now, I think, in college football, especially in the SEC, moving forward. Even when you're reloading, right? We may not be in the top 4 teams, but if we have a 2 or 3 losses, we should still be in that mix around the 10, 11, 12 spots, to still have a chance to compete. I think that's how people are going to start evaluating these coaches overall.
Oh, yeah, because that's when people are going to start getting pissed off when bowl games mean less and less and less. And now there's, 6 a-holes at work bragging about their team being in the playoffs instead of 1. And you got to listen to all these guys during your January. You're like, nope, we're not funding anything anymore. We're pulling our money out. And so it feels like he is, if they're not in the conversation for the playoff this year, then he's on the hot seat. And it comes down to the same conversation for a lot of things. Is there that other coach you can go steal? Is there a guy that you feel confident 100%. That, and that's, there's always usually is. And depending on how bad it is, but yeah, I think that he's definitely on the hot seat.
Like you said though, with coaches, when you're not liked or well liked and stuff, and now it's within question or you're in trouble, then we start seeing the stuff that we saw happen with Tom Herman, where the people in the building are not going to go to bat for you and make up the difference to give you that one more year to get your stuff together versus you getting kicked to the curb.
No, personally, I always liked working with Tom Herman, but there was stuff at the end where he would be saying stuff that you were just like, dude, I think you're missing the point. You know, like, man, I have one of the highest winning percentages, but you're not winning the big ones. And that's the games that matter here. So I get that you're winning a lot of games, but that's a lot of people like that. A lot of teams, a lot of coaches could do that. I get Charlie Strong didn't, but a lot of people could. And Mac Brown was doing that still. Mac Brown could have still done that.
He was 4-0 in bowl games, Tom Herman.
Yeah.
You know.
Oh yeah, kicker, punter won Punter won MVP. We talk about that. Punter won MVP. One more name I want to throw out there before we'll move on to some Texas basketball talk. DJ Lagaway. DJ Lagaway at Florida is a really interesting name because we know he came in. He's a guy that looked at points like this guy could be a real problem. But it also maybe there's a little shine on that. That is a new shine where once people get film, it'll change a little bit. And you just don't 100% know what you're going to get out of him. You saw a little bit of bad DJ Lagaway, a little bit of the good DJ Lagaway. Is this a guy in 2025 that you think is going to be a top quarterback in college football? Or is this somebody that maybe shows the glimpses and isn't fully there?
I'm surprised that he was 10. That he's I thought he'd be higher because he saved Billy Napier's job at Florida. He saved his job. Florida had the hardest schedule I've ever seen in my life last year.
And they're doing it again this year.
And they're doing it again this year. And the fact that they came away with 7, almost 8 wins is remarkable because of what DJ Lagaway brought to that. And it's not like Graham Mertz was playing poorly. Graham Mertz was actually playing very well before he got hurt. They just were overwhelmed. But DJ Lagaway just was so dynamic as a true freshman, right? As a true freshman. My thing with him is health. There's rumors about that his shoulder's messed up. So when I'm hearing certain things about his health, I'm starting to wonder, is that why he's been lower on the list? Because if you think about the SEC guys, I mean, it's Arch, Garrett Nussmeier, DJ Lagaway, Lenore Sellers, like in terms of realistic options for who would be considered first team all SEC or preseason first team all SEC, those type of things. But with what DJ Lagaway did, you know, for Florida, you would think he'd be kind of the shoe-in with what he had proven and gotten back with Billy. But I have questions about his health, Patrick. That's
I do too, and I think he gets put back a little bit because Florida had such a bad year overall that it was just such a down year for Florida. And then they also throw in the fact of what that schedule is going to be. And so you just look at it and say, he's going to have such a hard road that if he does play great, then he deserves everything he gets and all the praise he gets. But can you stay on the field and be healthy when you're going to take hits? Like you're going to get beat up. It's just like, it is what it is. You're playing the SEC. You're playing a tough schedule in the SEC. That guys are going to get to you. And are you going to be able to keep getting back up and keep playing? And especially when, they're trying to put the world on your shoulders and carry the team. Those are just hard pieces to hold for a guy who's going to be, a sophomore next season, a very young guy. So he's one that's going to be so much fun to watch next season to see what he does. And I mean, the reason to watch Florida next season, pretty much the only reason why I'm going to watch Florida games next season is to see what he does. But at the same point, I can't put him up too high because it feels like there's a bit of that, like Marcel Reed or something like that, where you're like, people are going to figure it out. You look really good because no one's seen it yet, but I don't see anything in your game that makes me feel like you're completely. But DJ Lagaway, I think, has a little bit more of that, of true arm talent and things that I think could get him over than Marcel. But you're like, I still think you're going to get figured out, and then there's going to be that slump where you have to figure it out, and you're learning on the fly because you're playing so young with not enough snaps on and not enough practices that you're going to be reading defenses, and you're going to have games with 3 or 4 picks because they just figure you out. And I think he's going to have to grow through that part next season. And so going into the next season, if he's able to stay healthy, then you start to put him on that list and you may be number 1 going into 2026 because now you start to figure it out and you had that season, you ran through the gauntlet, and you stayed healthy. Then 2026, he's easily on that list, with Arch and everybody else who come back in 2026. But I just have to see it a little bit more because it's anytime you see a young kid come out and do that, so that question mark of is this fully real, or is there a little bit of just no one knows what you're doing yet and you're getting away with it?
He was 6-1 last year as a starter. which is really impressive
On a team that
considering
was doing poorly without him.
and for me, I don't question DJ as much because he was so regarded as a prospect. He was the number one guy in his class for last year. So we did expect him to play at a high level. I agree with you with the Marcel Reed comparison in terms of figuring out and advancing, especially with your reads and being able to dissect defenses in different ways depending on how they're attacking you. One thing with my question, though, is his health, but also the guys around him. Is he going to have that support system around him? Florida had, one of the guys, DK, who's in the draft now that he's going to lose. And so are they going to have that talent around him to be able to keep up with in some of those games like they did this past season, have some of that success? If they are, and he does it again, then, he's obviously one of the top guys in the country and he was very underrated. But you're accounting for more of a sophomore slump before he rises.
I think when you play, like, I think it's injuries and hard schedule, a lot of really good coaches that are going to come after you. It feels like he's going to have some great moments, and then there's going to be a couple games that knock him right back down that list, where everybody goes, "Oh, it's over. DJ Lagway experiment. No, it's no good. He's no good." And then the next game, he'll come back out and be good again. So we know how that works in college football. Why don't we take a quick word from our sponsors before I forget to do that? We come back. I want to talk some Texas women's basketball because they start in about 25 minutes. So I want to get that out of the way and talk about them so we don't miss it before the 5 o'clock. And then we will get into Texas basketball, playing Oklahoma, where they're at, where their bracketology sits at right now, what they need to have happen in the next couple hours. The really good news that Rodney Terry shared yesterday or today. We'll get into all of that.
Really good news.
We'll get into that when we come back here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Myself, Patrick Davis, and the Frenetic Perspective hanging out with us on a Friday afternoon. Hope you're having a good one here on Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
Hi, I'm Hayden Covert. Welcome to Covert Buick GMC of Bee Cave, your home in the Hill Country for new and pre-owned Buick and GMC vehicles. With beautiful inventory arriving daily, including the GMC Yukon, Sierra 1500, and Buick Enclave, you'll be certain to find the perfect vehicle at an incredible deal. Our service department is also open for all your vehicle maintenance needs. Visit us today for a test drive. Covert, born and raised in Austin. We are professional grade.
Altstadt Beer, the best beer that you can find all throughout the great state of Texas. Y'all know I've been a fan of Altstadt for years now, and if you try it, I think you will be too. If you've already tried it, you know exactly what I am talking about. Altstadt is brewed locally in Fredericksburg, but available all over the state of Texas. So if you're tuned in Austin, San Antonio, Dallas, Houston, it does not matter. You can find Altstadt at a local grocery store or liquor store. They've got a bunch of different brews, something for every beer drinker out there. The Lager, the Kolsch, those are their two flagship beers, both award winners. They are fantastic. The Altstadt Light sacrifices on calories but does not sacrifice on the taste. They've got great pills, tons of great seasonals as well. I'm telling you, one sip and you won't go back to the other beers you've been drinking in the past. It is the official beer of BK. It should be the official beer of you as well. It's Altstadt Beer. No impurities, no regrets.
Hi, this is Tom McKay with Audiovisual Consultations. Today's home electronics can be a bit daunting. My company has spent the last 36 years making sure they are not. For those of you who have not experienced our services yet, we'd like to invite you to give us a try for all your home electronics needs. We carry all the major brands of televisions and stereo equipment at prices you can't find in stores. And we come to you. There's no need to leave your home to find great pricing and incomparable service. No traffic and experienced sales geeks or pushy showroom tactics. We believe in having some fun and dreaming big. You have a dream for your home entertainment? Let us know. We can make it come true. And we are always there to help after the job is done. We cultivate clients for a lifetime by treating everyone like their family. No, not those family members. I'm talking about the ones you actually like. So relax, hug your kids, make love to your wife, and smile. Then, when you have a moment, give us a call at 255-8678. That's 512-255-8678. Or online at avconsultations.com.
Back here on Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Appreciate you guys hanging out with us on a Friday afternoon. Remember, you can join the show on the chat or the text line, whatever is easiest for you. We'd love to have you join us on a Friday afternoon. Myself, Patrick Davis, along with the Fanatic Perspective. He's got the YouTube channel, the Fanatic Perspective. You can go check out if you want to get some more coverage of Texas and Spurs and Cowboys and all the good stuff here in Texas. We appreciate you being with us. Let's get into a little basketball talk. We don't talk too much about women's basketball. They're in the tournament. It is a great tournament. You should watch. There's a lot of good teams in this tournament. The game today, though, is not as big of a game. So you hope we would get through that. Then you would go into the winner of Florida. So you could be playing LSU and Kim Mulkey on Saturday. You could be playing South Carolina again on Sunday. So there's a lot of big games that come up that are going to be something you walk for. We can't really look too far ahead, though. So you look ahead at Ole Miss, though, that they're playing here at 5 o'clock. Texas beat them once this season, but it was a 3-point game. Texas didn't play their best basketball in that game. Shot 1 for 11 from 3, kind of a problem they've had all season, but they out-rebounded them. They had better turnover. They outplayed them still. It shouldn't have been as close. They missed free throws. They missed three-pointers. They missed shots around the basket. Things you can't do. Things that this was happening a little bit earlier in the season. I think they're playing their best basketball right now. This feels like they should be able to go out and get a win today. But, yeah, I mean, it's a conference play, tournament play. You never know what happens.
No, you don't. But Maddie Booker, she's so good, right? And these girls, I think they have a little chip on their shoulder after losing the damn coin toss, right? of how they decided to do this. And I'm with Dawn Staley and the point that she brought up about if we wouldn't do this if this was football, right? If this was another sport, of how we would determine the seeding or something a little bit different. And so we ended up, Vic Schaefer and his crew end up getting the short end of the stick there. But they can't mess around in this game. I mean, Ole Miss, I believe they beat LSU in their last game. So, they come in. They're a good team. It's not, they got, 4 young ladies averaging over 10 points that are averaging double digits on the season. Another one, and the 5th one's at 9, right? So when you have 5, young ladies that are able to get 10 or more, in a basketball game, that's a formidable opponent. But Texas has too much depth. And I expect Maddie and the girls to handle their business. And like you said, get that opportunity to play Kim Mulkey again and hopefully win that split, us having that 1-1 with South Carolina this year.
Yeah, no, and that'll hopefully coach in. Then, beat South Carolina again and just walk in the tournament feeling good. Get that 1 seed. Everybody be happy for Texas. Yeah, Ole Miss was ahead of Texas for pretty much 3/4 of the game last time they played. So Ole Miss is a good basketball team. It's not something you can look past, and that's why I'm not even as an analyst or a fan or whatever else looking past this game too much, because you just say, no, go finish what your business is. Vic Schaefer's a great coach. He'll get them ready for it. He knows to not tell them not to look ahead. You remember what this team did to us last time we played, and luckily this is a team that was competitive with you last time, because, if you beat this team by 30 last time you played them, maybe it's a little bit harder for them to get up. But if you go, no, we had to come back in the 4th quarter to beat these guys.
Right.
It feels like it's a little bit easier to get them pissed off and ready to go play some basketball. So it'll be fun. Shout out AJ there in the chat. Appreciate you joining us on a Friday afternoon. I do want to get to Texas men's basketball, which is the less fun conversation, but it is what's happening right now. And at the talk of everybody, and I saw another thing come out today of coaches on the hot seat, and Rodney Terry's on that, which we all know he is. But this is a team against OU. We get what it matters. Like, this is an OU team that we also have owned in recent years. We're 8 straight wins against OU right now for Texas basketball. You don't want to give that one up, because it's just another thing on the list of reasons why everyone says they don't want Rodney Terry to be the head coach. So you want to get that win. But the big news that Rodney said it, and now he's kind of backed off it a little bit and going back and forth. The actual injury report will come out tonight at 7. But he said Kendall Weaver's back. He said he's back. Now, he didn't say, he said he's probably not going to play 35 minutes, which you don't expect a guy to miss most of the season and be in condition to go out and play that kind of minutes.
No.
But you do expect to have Kendall Weaver back, and that is huge for a couple of reasons for Texas. One, it means you can stop playing Julian Larry as much. He can take Julian Larry's minutes. And I don't dislike Julian Larry as a man. I think he did some great things earlier this season, but he's out there for defense at this point because his offense is becoming worse and worse as the season goes on. And if we say his offense is getting worse and he's out there for defense, then give me the better defensive player in Kendall Weaver. And give me that. Let Trey Johnson handle the ball. Let Jamon Mark handle the ball more. And give me Kendall Weaver in those minutes. And then hopefully Kendall Weaver will be able to pull himself up and get the minutes back. That he'll take some of Jordan Pope's minutes as well. And we don't have to run a point guard because if you can't beat a half court press and you got 2 point guards you're supposed to be playing, I'm done with it. I'm done with the point guard. Stop playing them. Stop playing them. You can't inbound a ball. Can't get it past half court. That's what you're there for. Use the size. Use the size that Texas has to their advantage. So that'll be a big one if Kendall Weaver is able to come back and play in this game.
I think Kendall Weaver gives you the competitive juice that you need. He's a dog. That's one thing we do know about him. Now, before the injury, he was having a relatively disappointing season, in my opinion, compared to how he finished the year last year. Yeah. But anything we can get from him, even if it's 10 minutes, 12 minutes, what have you, to help, like you said, supplement some of those Julian Larry minutes, and however it looks, that'd be great. Because whenever I call Tremont Mark a werewolf, because he seems to show up to hoop once every 3 weeks. But so because he hooped the last game, I don't know when the werewolf's going to come back. So Devin Pryor ended up coming in and stealing minutes. Why? Yep. Because of energy, just flat out competing, right? Like if
he wanted to be there, no one else seemed to want to be there. He wanted to be there.
Like, you at least look like you want to be on the court. Look like you want to defend. Look like you want to, have some enthusiasm about what you're being asked to do.
Devin Pryor's like, I got 3 shots up in a game. I feel pretty good about it. Everybody else is like, I don't touch the ball once every 2 possessions. I'm not playing defense. Just not. Trey Johnson is great. I don't care. I'm not playing unless I touch the ball. And like, that's most players in basketball these days. But unless you're winning a bunch of games, and they weren't winning, and part of that, it's, chicken or egg in that scenario, and it has just been so bad. But Kendall Weaver gives you back a guy who doesn't care. He says, if I want to touch the ball, I'll go sky up and get a rebound.
And go get a rebound.
I'll put up my own shot.
But
I'll
he's
go
going
get
to
the ball.
cut. Yeah, he's going to cut. And that's one thing that this team has been missing. I mean, is some more of those culture type guys. I think Pryor is eventually going to be a culture guy, right? Brock Cunningham before was a culture type guy. The Christian Bishops of the world. Now, the guys we had before had higher overall basketball IQ. My issue, you brought up Julian Larry and these guards. Let me get this off my chest, if you will, Patrick.
By the way, I just want to shout out the Roy Tempura joke here on the chat line. If Tremont is a werewolf, Pope is Haley's Comet. That's a solid joke, man. Round of applause for that one there. I like that one.
I like it. I'm stealing that. Roy. Look, I mean, the thing with the guard play, and this is something I've talked about with some of my friends, because I'm kind of comparing them in the Rodney Terry era, because ultimately he's going to be judged on his body of work. But part of his body of work was coaching Marcus Carr, coaching Serge Jabari Rice, and I brought up Brock Cunningham. We brought up Kendall Weaver. We can even bring up Tyrese Hunter if we want to. My thing with at least that group, the basketball IQ was much higher. Not to mention the energy, the overall collective energy, but the overall basketball IQ. Tyrese Hunter and Serge Jabari Rice and Marcus Carr knew how to break a 2-2-1 press. Okay? That nonsense that Mississippi State was doing the other night, that wouldn't have occurred. They would have understood somebody has to fill the middle. Somebody has to come get the basketball. Serge Jabari Rice would have, now coaching matters, and that's where Rodney Terry is going to be looked at as, hey, where are the adjustments? What are you doing to help the kids? What are we not emphasizing, in the huddle on the fly to make that quick fix so that coaches don't exploit those type of things? So Rodney Terry is ultimately held accountable for that. But you also got to recruit real basketball IQ guys. When I look at Julian Larry and his skill set tells me he's supposed to be a pass-first defensive point guard. That's supposed to be his persona, correct? Typically, guys like that are heady guys that are you hear the term a coach on the floor. Julian Larry is anything but that. I mean, just the awareness is not there. And again, I'm not trying to dog the guy or anything, but this is the film you're putting out there, right? As a 4th-year player, he's played a lot of basketball, right? I mean, God bless Jason Kent in the bigs. You know, Jason Kent looks like he has cement blocks.
I'll say, I'll give Jason Kent the last 4 or 5 games, he figured it out. In the last 4 or 5 games, he understands just stand in the right position and offensive rebound like my ass is on fire. Just do those couple things and I'll be fine.
I need that against OU. I
do too, but he's been a big piece in the last 4 or 5 games because he started to offensive rebound a lot more, and they used him more in that rotation where they pulled Zarek Adeyemi out a little bit more and put in Kent because he at least can stretch the floor a little bit more. He can do a little bit quicker on the perimeter playing defense. So he's actually been doing better and better. I think they finally found where he fits. But when you get in that Julian Larry, and this is not a shot, not everybody is mentally fast enough to work at the level of a D1 Power 4 school. And that's what it just feels like, is he's that half second too slow on every one of his decisions. Mm-hmm. And that's at Indiana State. He wasn't, because Indiana State was a half second slower in general. Their opponents are a half second slower or a second slower. And so everything happened a little bit more, but you're talking about guys that are now longer and faster and quicker. It's like going from the NBA from college to the NBA or college to the NFL. You're like, that pass that Quinn Ewers threw this year that was a completion is a pick next year, because that safety is the fastest guy you played in all of SEC. Now he's on every team.
Right.
And so I feel like Julian Larry's just not quite at that speed. And so you see him at times run as fast as he can into a play and then try and decide what to do. And he stops and everyone figures out what's happening. And then he has to try and pass out of it. And it's that 1 second, it's a half second too slow for Julian Larry that kills you, because it's 2 or 3 turnovers. It's holding the ball while the clock ticks down. And you just don't think, run forward. You're 3 steps from the line. The worst thing that'll happen is they'll call a foul on the guy who bumps you. Like, you're fine at this point. Just run across the half court. You have to be aware. You're looking like you should be able to see the clock.
It's a complete lack of awareness, Patrick. But here's the thing with the evaluations that I think if Rodney Terry is able to save his job, that he needs to learn from. You can pull from those lower ranks, but the thing is, you can't get the guy that is restricted by that level when Rick Barnes is going out to a level below that and getting a Dalton Connect, right? Yeah. Like in Alabama's out here getting the other kid that's their 4-man now from North Dakota State, right? They don't have issues with the speed of the game and all those type of things. They excelled because they were just hidden gems. You got to look for those hidden gems, not the guys that are going to be restricted. And unfortunately, that's been the case. I understand we had to fill the roster out, and there were spots that we needed to do, and we were hoping that he would look more like the guy at Indiana State. He hasn't. Going to Jordan Pope, who came from Oregon State, I was expecting to at least the scoring would be there. He was a guy that was, 45 from the field, 40 from 3, 90% free throw shooter at 19 points per game. I didn't expect 19 points because I know we got my man Trey. We had Tremont Mark. We were going to expect more wing scoring. But it looks like Jordan Pope's just there on some AAU vibes. And that's the energy I get from him. He looks like the stereotypical AAU point guard that my uncle used to coach, where it's just like, bro, you turn the ball over, just haphazard out of nowhere. Like, he seems to have more basketball IQ, but I don't see that dog in Jordan Pope, if you will. He's the shortest 6'2" point guard I've ever seen. The brother's 6'2", and he's the shortest 6'2".
He is. He really is. No, he really is. I mean,
think about it.
Yeah.
Like, you got other people that are 6'2" that are out here banging on the rim on people and whatnot. Like, what is Weaver's what? Like 6'3"? 6'4"?
6'4", yeah, something like that, yeah. No, and like the reality too is that's another thing that just overall on this team, if I was Rodney Terry and I wouldn't shut up about it, is dunk the ball. We've missed 9,000 shots a foot away from the rim with your hands over the rim when you shoot it, and you won't finish it and dunk it. You get a foul. If they try and block you, you'll get a foul. But stop trying to finesse the ball in. You suck at it. And when I say you, I mean every single player on that team other than Trey Johnson sucks at it.
Yeah. And Arthur Kaluma acted like Patrick Ewing was at the rim last game. And I'm like, brother, just go up with 2 hands. You 6'7". Go up with 2 hands and hang. Cedric dunked last game off the left, And I'm like, thank you. Like that.
But this is a big part with Cedric too. You got to look at part of the reason Cedric was dunking in the second half in that game is because he didn't play in the first half.
He had his legs.
He had legs, and I'm like, okay, maybe play Jason Kent a little bit more in that first half, and let Cedric be there in the end and be healthy and ready to go because we know he's been beat up. He's beat up every single year for Texas. He just can't go the amount of minutes you're playing him because you didn't get that other big. And I know they wanted to. I know they were in the conversation with a lot, and that goes back to it costs a lot of money to get bigs now, and I don't think they were a phone call away from getting the money all the time, and they lost out on some guys. But when I was looking at this roster, I was watching some Pistons stuff the other day, and it made me think more too of the roster construction of this team. I think there could have been a part where they didn't necessarily construct the team around Trey Johnson. They constructed a team that could exist without Trey Johnson because they were still scarred from Ron Holland. Because Ron Holland backed out pretty late last minute on Texas and said, I'm going to go to the G League. And they'd already basically built a roster that it was set up to be Ron Holland's team with this roster. And when he walked away from it, they didn't ever have that piece to get him over the top. And so this year, I feel like they maybe thought of that back of their head and they go, well, we'll get a guy who wants the ball in his hands a lot like Tremont Mark. He wants to have the ball in his hands. He wants to go. And so when he doesn't, he gets upset. And we'll get Jordan Pope, who wants to have the ball in his hands. And then Trey Johnson shows up and they go, by the way, none of you are going to touch the ball. Like, this is Trey's team. And it took till the Georgia game to where they started doubling Trey all the time for them to say, Trey, you know what you should do? Think pass first. Think pass first. And if you think pass first, you're still a scorer. You're always going to be a scorer. So Absolutely. You're still going to shoot 80% of the time. But that 20% that you were still shooting, think pass first. And you saw in that game, he was handing stuff out. Now it's a great line. If these guys could hit their shots, he'd already have 10 assists. Like, it's Texas basketball this season. So it's like there's a lot of pieces into it where you look at the roster construction. I get that there was a piece of it that I think it was definitely not constructed the right way. They definitely missed on some pieces that they needed to have in there. It'll be interesting with the new scholarship limits too. I know that was never really an issue because you're only playing 8 guys, so it's hard to get a roster of 10, 12 guys. But maybe you can go out and try and recruit a couple more 3-star big men and have 3 of them on your bench, and maybe one of them turns out to be good. Like, I don't know, just try and find something out that you could try and do to when you build this roster next year. But it with all that being said, Texas goes against a team tomorrow night where, Jeremiah Fears is a really good player. Jalen Moore is a really good player. Outside of that, they have some 3-point shooters, Duke Miles, Bryson Goodine. Those guys can shoot threes. But this is not a team that really excels at anything in Oklahoma. They don't really excel. They're good at a lot of things. They can do a lot of things. They're playing better at the end of the season they were playing at the beginning, which you should be if you're a college basketball team. You should be. But this is not a team that necessarily excels. So you, again, can beat this team. You've already beaten them once. You can beat them again. You just have to go out and play back-to-back good games. And that is the scariest part of this. Can you play back-to-back good games? And maybe you start to figure out some things. Maybe you start to put your pieces together. And it was injuries that derailed most of the season, that Tremont Mark wasn't healthy for, a bunch of these games, and that Arthur Kaluma couldn't get in there, and you never got the rapport where you could make it a team. But, I've been asked a couple of times about, all right, what do you need to, people to score? And I go, I need 4 to 5 players to score double digits, because that means they're passing the ball. And if they're passing the ball, they'll score the ball more. But if it turns into Trey Johnson taking 25 shots, they have a really low percentage of wins in that, because it means that Trey Johnson has to carry everything. And then other people still have to find another, 40 points off the scraps. You can't try and find all those points. This is a team like that. You're going to have to score points. And now if you can hold them, they've been holding teams to about 70. If you hold this team to 70, this Oklahoma team, you can win this game. But
I like to break it up. I like to break it up with this team at this point, because you're right. They can't be trusted in back-to-back games. And when I say break it up, let's think about it from the beginning, just starting the basketball game. Texas has been awful at starting basketball games until the last game. They actually got out and did a little bit better, and then they closed the first half with that big run and were able to actually have a halftime lead. I think the first time they had a halftime lead since the Vanderbilt game. But they have been terrible defensively. Okay, I'm with you on the offensive side of sharing the basketball and having the ball move. We have to have more energy on the defensive end to start these basketball games and let that lead to easy buckets. Let that get you out in transition. When you're starting the game out, when you get a steal, hands up, deflecting, when they talk about we don't run zone a whole bunch, but when you do run zone, having active hands, disrupting shooting lanes, those are the type of things that when Rodney Terry's has had success at Texas, we've been able to do those things and get out on the open floor and get easy buckets and then start getting that momentum there. So when we get into our half court stuff, we're more in rhythm, right? And guys are feeling a lot better. We've struggled at the start of games. So now you're expending all this energy coming back down 15, down 19, trying to cut the lead. Let's see if we can get it to 10 points before it's 5 minutes left. That's too much energy being expelled at the wrong point in the game, right? And so getting yourself out to a good start, I think, is key, even against OU. This is an Oklahoma team, and that first game, they jumped on OU up there in Norman. They did a poor job finishing that game, but they at least jumped on them. OU has been bad on the road. I think they have like one road win in the SEC. Jump on this team at home. Act like you're a bubble team and you're trying to make the tournament. That was my problem with the Georgia game. Georgia came here and looked like a team that was trying to make the tournament.
Yes. No.
Where's the energy?
No, and it's been all season that it just, you'll see this team and it feels like they've accepted that they're not going to make it. Feels like they would do it. And then the next game they come back out and act like, I can't believe we lost like that. We're a tournament team. If you just did this all season, we'd be fine. And it keeps going. Now, and look, I know the kids don't care as much, but I'll tell anyone who's going to the game, if you're there, bring as much energy as you can, because not only can Texas help get themselves in a better position, they knock Oklahoma out of the tournament. Oklahoma's a bubble team right now. Whoever loses this game is not making the tournament. Now, you could say they have a big run in the SEC tournament. That's not happening. The SEC is too good. So you're saying you can win 2 more games or 3 more, but I think whoever wins this game, this is a big piece to make that tournament, because there's always some screwy that comes at the end and someone makes a run in the tournament and they're going to bump you out and you don't have enough leeway in there. But whoever wins this puts you in a really good position to then go back. And if you play, let's say, a Georgia in your first round game in the SEC tournament, and you can avenge that loss, now all of a sudden the narrative changes and everything feels good. But you have to start with this win. This win's there. Joe Lunardi's put out there. He goes, whoever wins this is probably back in the Final Four, and whoever knocks this out, whoever loses, is done. It's over.
And the reason for that, where Texas gets the benefit of the doubt with all of the advanced analytics, is their net rating and all those things are relatively high compared to the teams that they're currently stacked up against to make the tournament. So that's why that's why I don't understand them going the extra mile, because it's like, do you guys understand that a lot of these metrics are in your favor because of the quad 1 wins you did stack up and how favorable some of these numbers look? Plus, the committee's going to want to see Trey Johnson in the tournament if they can justify it. So, I'm with you. I think if you beat OU, which gives you another good win under your belt, even despite what their record is in the SEC. But then you go and avenge one of the losses in the SEC tournament, maybe win a game or 2 there. I think you're in. I think that it's not going to take this Herculean effort to make the tournament. It's not like we got it back in the day where it's like, oh, we got to make it all the way to the Big 12 final in order to make the tournament. That is not the case with this team. No, they're right there.
And you say anything past the first round of the tournament is a quad 1 win if you win. Anything like second round matchup, second round games are quad 1 wins because of how stacked the SEC is. And so it works out in a way where you feel pretty good of your chances. And I said it yesterday, if they win the next 3 games, they're in. It's not even a question. They're in 3 if they win their next 3.
If they win the next 2 games, then it's not a question. I think if they win 2, I think they'll get the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah, and it depends then as auto bids, is how many bids are there.
Right.
Because if you start to say now there's 45 bids because guys that were already in are winning their bids, and those at larges, you open up a couple more at large bids, then that really changes the narrative, because now Texas can slide in that back end. You don't want to say on a Friday afternoon, but Texas can slide in the back.
Hey, yo!
and have a good weekend is what'll happen. But yeah, it's still, the door's still open, and the Trey Johnson thing, it is there. I mean, they want to have star players in the tournament. They want to be able to showcase a guy who's going to be right now a top 5 pick in the NBA draft next year. Now he'll probably slide down because they'll put foreign kids in front of him, because there's always the hope of that kid that's like, oh no, but we see what he can do, and he's long, and we're going to pick him instead. Trey Johnson is a star. We all know it. And the question is, can the Werewolf show up and play 2 games in a row?
Right.
Is he
and
healthy?
Be a Robin. A true Robin scoring.
Yeah, and can him and Kendall Weaver form up a really, really good perimeter defense?
Mm.
Because if you put those 2 guys, that's supposed to be part of what your identity was. Hey, man, we have a really good perimeter defense. But then you take that away. Caden Shedrick gets beat up by the end of the game, and now he can't jump as much, so he's fouling. And he gets in foul trouble, and then they just shoot free throws. And, you keep trying to make a comeback, but every time you start, then there's another foul. And all right, all momentum is gone, and we came back a little bit, and then they dribble back down, and Texas comes out of a miss or made free throw, and they run 5 screens. Trey Johnson catches it, stops, and the defense completely resets. And those 5 screens meant nothing. It happened too many times. The offense they ran against in their last game was against Mississippi State was the best offense that's looked. And it still wasn't great and electric, and you really thought, but it was the best it looked, because they weren't just running pick and rolls and double teaming Trey Johnson over and over and over again. And that's all that was happening all season long.
Well, thank God for the Georgia situation happened, which actually made them understand what to do when to take advantage of that extra man helping on Trey.
And hopefully Mississippi State taught us. Hopefully Mississippi State taught us how to inbound the ball and get down the court. Hopefully that'll be fixed now too. I mean, it shouldn't be hard.
It's not
like these kids haven't run these drills since they were 12.
If I'm OU, even if I don't run it, I don't think they run it that much because they didn't do it in Norman. I'm installing 2-2-1 press. I'm just to see. Yeah. To see.
And I may not use it the whole game, but I'm going to pop it out at some point.
I'm going to pop it out just to okay. Did they learn their lesson or not? But I do think with
I'll tell you this: the second Julian Larry comes in, I'm going to do it.
Why? I mean, what do you have to lose, right? I mean, I want to see you get, because the moment they get that first 10-second call, then all of a sudden, everything goes downhill.
Oh yeah, I mean, you're at home, but I guarantee that first 10-second call, you will audibly hear an audience react. You will audibly hear a home crowd be like, "What?" I mean, I was yelling at my TV for it because of how insane it was. As someone who played basketball my entire childhood, you're just like, I was never good enough that I could have done something like that and still played. Like, the second I did that, it would have been like, timeout, you're on the bench, the day's over. You're done. And so I was like, you see it and you're like, he's still in. How is he still in? How did you not just pull him? So yeah, I know we're going too far into that now, because I don't want to lambaste the kid on somewhere. It was just, for whatever reason, he missed it, but those were brutal at the end of the game. When you should have had that one wrapped up, it shouldn't have gone to overtime. It should have been easier. And it just was not. But look, we'll see. We will see tomorrow if Texas can show up 2 games in a row. They have not in a month. I don't believe a month more. They've not shown up for 2 games in a row. So if they do though, all right. Now 3 and 4, and now you're in the tournament.
I want to see more Trey Johnson, man. I want to see him play more games. It's only 1 year here that we're going to have this young man. He's going to be a phenomenal scorer at the next level with all the off-ball skills that he is showing, leveraging picks. I mean, he's got that competitive juice, that competitive fire. We're just looking for guys to help out, right? Arthur Kaluma's better when Tremont Mark and Trey Johnson are scoring the basketball, and he can be more of a help in all different areas. And be more of a hustle tonics type of guy than asking Arthur Kalun to be your second scorer in the offense. That's not even fair to him, right? So if we're just able to establish those things, and like you said, Trey is a playmaker. If he can continue just to have that playmaking mentality, I want to see a double, because I know I got a layup coming with how y'all are playing me, right? Then now we're in business, and we can have efficient half court offense.
Yeah, no. So I look, there's plenty of ways they should win this. Again, this is one of those games, and I get they have some good players. I get Jeremiah Fears put up 31 in his last game. I get they have the talent on that team, but at the same fact, when you look at, if you have Trey Johnson on your team versus their team, you should, if you lose, it's on you. It's not on
they
Oklahoma's
lose this
money.
game. Chris Del Conte coming out, forget senior night. He coming out like Vince McMahon. You're fired to RT, bro.
He's
and I
out,
love, I love Rodney. I love Rodney, but you're fired, bro.
He's gonna meet him in the tunnel. He's gonna meet him in the tunnel. Now, CDC don't handle business like that, because we saw it with David Pierce last year.
That is true. He don't move like that.
We saw David Pierce, and the whole reason David Pierce broke the news himself because he was pissed off because he knew he was fired a week before they let everybody else know. Right. And he was just like, they were waiting because they were waiting to put the Schloss news out there and then do all this. And he was like, I got to go find another job. Can't do this to me. Not that I have any ill feelings about what happened to me at the Horn, by the way, about being told I couldn't tell people that I got fired and they were shutting the station down. Not that it's ever happened to me. Let's get in. We talked some basketball there. We got through it. Texas women's already started off here. We got 4:20 left in the first quarter. Texas up 11-9 on Ole Miss. So we'll keep you updated as we go on. We can't
Let's go, ladies.
Can't play by play it, or else we will get shut down by the NCAA, who does nothing good.
Demonetize the whole thing, man. We don't want that.
Let's get into a little NFL talk. I got you. I know you're a Cowboys fan, right?
Absolutely.
Cowboys fan. Also, if you guys got anything you want to talk about in the chat, in the text line, feel free to throw those in. It's a Friday afternoon. It's a loose show. We're having a loose show here with the Fanatic perspective, having a good time so far. So if you want to throw anything in there, go ahead and jump that in. We're having a good time. I'm going to a concert tonight. Going to see very, very old people tonight at a concert. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Who we seeing tonight?
Rod Stewart at the Moody Center.
Rod Stewart. Okay, I know who that is. That is awesome.
The first big concert I ever saw at the Irwin Center when I was like 9 or 10. I saw him with my parents, and my parents bought tickets for tonight. And they're like, "We want you to come." I'm like, all right, let's go do it.
That's dope.
So going to see that tonight. So it'll be a lot of fun going to do that. But we'll get through this, and we'll get through the next 45 minutes here. But yeah, if you got any good plans, if anybody else going to be out there, shoot it out. What do you got going on this weekend?
Tonight, I will be going to see whatever's left of the Dallas Mavericks take on the Memphis Grizzlies right after this show. So
okay, so you got to go see what's left of the Mavericks.
I'm about to go see Najee Marshall and Max Christie and Captain Clay, baby.
Is John Morant playing, or is John Morant on? I'm 25 years old, so I can't play too much. 25. Come on, guys. Pretty old.
He's active tonight, allegedly.
Allegedly. John Morant. Come on, man. The guy. We're like, and I get he plays like Derrick Rose, so they're just like, he's going to break. It's like a toy that you only have so much use out of. So they're trying to
they gotta push it, because they lost to Oklahoma City the other night, and they've Jaren Jackson Jr. has gone down, who's had a all-star season and was defensive player of the year. But
I mean, because after Wemby went down, that opened wide back up.
It opened up. Right. Wemby was way ahead on DPOY, and then JJJ was going to take it, and now probably Evan Mobley of the Cleveland Cavaliers will fulfill that. We'll see.
Yeah, and no one will talk about it because no one talks about Cleveland. It's the important rules of broadcasting and basketball.
According to Charles Barkley,
you don't mention Cleveland and you don't mention OKC. Teams don't exist. Let's talk a little NFL, though. I want to get into a couple of stories that happened up and talk a little Cowboys as well, because we went ahead on yesterday. We talked some Texans, so I want to get into some Cowboys talk today. But we'll start with the news of the Texans actually did something before we get there. The Texans released guard Shaq Mason today, which is somewhat surprising because this is a offensive line that's been awful, but you don't get a ton of savings for releasing Jack Mason. So they just go ahead and say, that's our one veteran that was in the interior line, and we didn't like how he did, so we're going to let him go. It leads you more and more to believe that they're going to take a offensive lineman in the first round of this draft. You know, they trade for Christian Kirk, so maybe they feel the need at wide receiver isn't as big. It just makes you feel like it's going to be an offensive lineman now, just with so many pieces missing and that offensive line being so bad. And I mean, I still am not sold on the fact they didn't bring in anybody new for the offensive line coach. They promoted the assistant offensive line coach, but it's going to be a problem there for the Texans. It's
especially protecting your assets, right? I mean, C.J. Stroud, Joe Mixon. I mean, there's a lot invested there, and you know, quite frankly, coming off of back-to-back years where you've won a playoff game, right? You're knocking at the door of those elite AFC teams, but you're fortunately in a division where you're going to have some real at-bats from a playoff standpoint, but you want to stay healthy, right? I mean, CJ was getting beat up last year, as we saw in his second season. So I think you're right. I mean, for those mock people out there, you probably start looking at people like Donovan Jackson out of Ohio State, you know, some of the higher end interior line prospects that you would probably look to select.
Or you just listen to Mel Kiper, and Kelvin Banks is clearly a guard, and you'd go take him because he's going to slide to the end of the first round.
I thought that was over with after he proved that he was actually 6'5" at the combine. Like,
I thought it was over too, and then I keep saying that it's not over. Like, I thought he was going to climb right back up, and now it's like everyone's got him as like the fourth offensive tackle. You're like, how do we get to 4? How did we somehow everyone jump him where he's done nothing wrong?
They love the Mizzou kid because he ran a 4.9 and he's 3. He looks like Larry Allen, but like, even with that being said, like, Will Campbell didn't look spectacular at the combine either, of LSU. I mean, I don't know. I mean, Kelvin Banks to me is still has the highest floor.
Yeah, if he does slip, he's the steal. Like, he's such a steal if he slips at all, because that guy's going to be
a plug and play tackle.
Yeah. And then we also saw the Commanders releasing Jonathan Allen as people are having to make hard decisions. A defensive tackle. And a lot of teams need defensive tackles. We get into what the Cowboys need, what the Texans need, what everybody needs is a really good defensive tackle. The Cowboys have opened up a ton of cap space. Now, they've said they're going to be selectively aggressive, which I feel like is the thing that they had meetings about after All In slipped out last year. I feel like they had meetings, and like just meeting after meeting. What phrase are we going to use to describe what we're going to be in the offseason? Because All In really screwed us last year when we did nothing. So what are we going to use? And selectively aggressive feels like, you know, there was the ruthless aggression era in wrestling. Selectively aggressive feels like the worst wrestling there could be.
Nobody continues to gaslight their fan base more than the Dallas Cowboys do. I mean, at this point, as my buddy Landon says all the time, don't listen to what they say, just pay attention to what they do. Yeah. I mean, that's all you can do as a Cowboys fan, because they're going to say all these things. Look, for a team that does not participate at all in free agency, at least until what they may do this year, but until this year, they don't participate in free agency. How they have the cap problems they have with just the people you're drafting or the supplemental players that you're picking up is hilarious to me. When you got teams like the Eagles who are in your division and the Commanders who are in your division that are making the NFC Championship game, that are winning Super Bowls, that are doing everything you're doing. They're re-signing their quarterback for $50+ million. They're paying their receiver $30+ million, and they're able to still go get to Saquon Barkley to make sure that they're able to go get that extra defensive end or defensive lineman so that they have an unstoppable force up there against Patrick Mahomes in the biggest game of the season. Like, it's crazy to me how Jerry and them continue to gaslight Cowboys fans and the just basic wants, right, of, hey, we're not saying we want to be the most aggressive team in free agency, but we just want to shore up some holes before the draft, right? So that
we just want to be aware. We want to have an actual plan, and we also don't want to have to be able to, like, we have to draft this player. We have to draft a left tackle because we don't have one. And that's the position. Everyone knows that was what we need. And that's like running back last year. The Jonathan Brooks thing was the most annoying we love Jonathan Brooks. That's our guy. We're going to take him in the second round. Like, so you just told everybody, right? Everybody knows you need a running back. Everybody knows what's happening. And all anybody has to know is that's where they're picking in the second round. Go get him. Go take him before that. Just trade up and take him before. They're not going to trade up because they're not. That's not what they do. It is rough, because I've covered the Cowboys enough over my years working at the Horn and the Zone and everything else that you cover the Cowboys, and it is every time you think, well, they couldn't do this. And then immediately, well, they wouldn't just give Dak a ton of money, but also make it a really weird contract. So they're going to have to pay a ton on the cap. They're not just going to not give him signing bonus. They're not going to already have Micah Parsons signed, which is crazy. Because Micah wants to re-sign, and it feels like they're not even close to a deal right now. Which
I would hope that they try to get. I mean, I'm surprised they got Osa done as quickly as they did. So kudos to
but
them.
that was because of franchise tag deadline. There was an actual deadline they had to hit,
right?
Which was,
and as they love to say, deadlines make deals. If I, Jerry loves this, right? So, we never have the casual, like when I remember when Joe Burrow got his extension, like there was no talk. It was just like random, or Jared Goff when he got his extension, like it just was like, oh, just popped up on a random Tuesday morning, well before the season, before camp. So everybody's vibes are high, right? How about that for morale purposes? Hey, guys are coming in getting paid versus people being disgruntled in camp and worrying about their money and all this type of stuff. And we're not even going to really we're not even going to give you a real offer until we have to. That's the way we do business. Right. And so
it's that deadlines make deals is the craziest saying for a team that doesn't have leverage. You're like, yes, deadlines make deals for them, for the other people. You're not on the right side of this one. So make the deal. Now the franchise tag one, you do have a little bit more leverage where you can go to OSA and go, you want a long-term deal, let's get it done. Otherwise, you're getting tagged, and it's a 1-year deal, and this is so you're in a different place. We can get a long-term deal done. You'd much rather have that. Let's just get that set. And so I think that one, their deadline does work for you. The Micah Parsons one, you're like, what's the deadline? You just paying him more money. It's literally just adding up. Right. Because you already saw Max Crosby got his money. So that one's more. There's one.
That's an example, though. The Max Crosby thing pops up on a Thursday morning. Just boom, expensive, right? We know they've been working behind the scenes, but they don't leak stuff. People just get the deal done, right? Hey,
and also they're not constantly trying to make this news come out to spite other things, right? Which Jerry does a lot, where Jerry releases things like the Micah deal will come out, during March Madness or something like that. It'll come out at a point when he's not in the news anymore, and then he'll go, oh, but no, everybody look over here. We're the Cowboys. So whenever something else is being set up, I don't know what it would be, but that's when you'll get a drop that everybody has to stop and drop and talk about Jerry Jones again. Do you take any solace that he didn't speak at the combine, and maybe that means they're going to try something different, or is that just Jerry's getting older and was like, I don't want to talk to anybody?
Well, they're gonna put a better foot forward this round. I do think they'll be a little bit different because they want to look like geniuses with this Brian Schottenheimer experiment. They want to look like they found a diamond in the rough. They're doing, last year was obvious that that was as lame a duck coach as you could think of in Mike McCarthy, when realistically he should have been let go right after the Packers playoff loss for both sides, right? For both, just for if you're not going to give the guy an extension and you're just going to put that energy out there that he's on his last year, and then you're not making any moves after you say all in, right? All in for him, all in for Dak, but not for the team, right? Like, because we're not going to do anything.
That was the most Jerry. I think that's probably why he didn't do it. Is he's like, he just got that all in where he was forced into, are you going to go all in? And he goes, yeah, we're all in. And you're like, really? No, I didn't mean to say that. Sorry, that slipped. That's really what it should have been. We're not all in. We're never going to be, because like the worst part about the Cowboys is the fact that they are not a cash-rich organization, but they portray themselves as that. They portray themselves as we're worth the most, and they could easily get the money, but he doesn't want to do it that way because it's not great business to borrow a bunch of money. It's not great business to borrow against your leverage or whatever else. So he doesn't do that as much. So they're more cash poor as opposed to these billionaires that are now buying up teams that had $1 billion when they bought the team versus
True.
Versus the Cowboys, who he was a millionaire when he bought the team. Now he's a billionaire because what the team's worth, but that means he has to then sell off pieces of the team or sell, or leverage things against the stadium, do different pieces to get the cash to go to Micah Parsons to say, let's sign a deal that's good for both of us. Here's a gigantic signing bonus because now it's not going to count against our cap the same way. It's one of the things the Eagles do a lot is they're able to pay a lot of money up front so that money doesn't kill them down the line, and they can reset really, really quickly.
They reset very quickly.
That Carson Wentz deal, you look at that and think that's a franchise killer, and they have won Super Bowls since. Like, that is crazy that you say that's a franchise killer, and they've been really, really good since, and no problem. Jalen Hurts walks in and no problem.
But look at what Jeffrey Lurie did. He got Howie Roseman back in there. And they have people in there, you don't even know their names because they're not looking for credit, but they got guys in there from, Wharton Business School to break down cap analytics and understand how the money works and to find dollars and to find loopholes with certain things to squeeze out another $6 million here, all those type of things. Stephen Jones, Jerry Jones, they think that they are the smartest people in the room at all times, and you can't tell them Nathan. Like, just
can we please get an interview where you ask both of them in private if they're smarter than the other one, and then show them that video? That's hours of fun.
That'd be gold. That would be gold.
Well, I don't want to say nothing, but I don't know. I'm just like, no, you think it's you, and you think it's you, and by the way, neither one of you are. So have fun.
Well, I mean, at least the one thing I am encouraged about, though, is, I do think that they understand that they're going to have to upgrade the offensive weapons, now and actually give Dakota a real shot forward with CD and those guys an opportunity to cook, right? I mean, we'll see what happens with the running back situation. It looks like Rico might not even be back, but
why is Rico not already re-signed? Why? This is not complicated. He's not going to get big money. He's worth $3 to $4 million.
I think they're going to let him. I know, but I think
they're going to. But you wasted all this time saying it. By the way, Texas is up 23-17 at the end of the first quarter, starting the second quarter.
Good stuff.
Keep you updated. But keep yelling about Jerry Jones. But Rico Dowdle, it was you all season kept pretending that he was a number one running back. All season you told us this, and he wasn't. He's a good enough running back, but he's a platoon running back. So go keep him in a platoon because you're going to have to draft somebody now. You have to draft somebody. There's no free agent running back out there unless you're going to go try and trade and give up a ton for a guy. There's running backs in this draft you can go get. Now, I'd say in this draft.
Very good running back class, in my opinion, by the way.
Now, I want to get your opinion on Janty, but for me, I'll say I'd trade back. Say I'm not gonna leverage everything on a running back again. I'll trade back because I think there's a lot of other running backs I can get that have a similar percentage of success. Because for me, as to Janty coming up, I can't say, some people say he's 100% success. Like they're like 95, whatever. They believe he's going to be a success. He's a sure thing NFL talent. I think he's like 80, just really good. But there's still a 20% chance you get a guy and he can't stay healthy and you're trying to stick him in there and he's just used to playing a different style of football and it never works out. And, he's a good guy. He's a good running back, but he's not great. But you use a number 12 pick on him, and then Amarian Hampton's better, or Boyd or some other guy in this draft becomes a better running back, and you say, well, we could have got him at 29, or we could have got him early second round. I'm much more in the trade back and take a guy that's like a 60-70% shot of being a really good running back, and leverage that into more picks and leverage that into other things.
If we're talking about drafting a runner with our first pick, then I'm inclined to agree with you. In terms of the trade back mentality, especially with considering the grades that I personally have on some of the other runners. I shout out to Mina Kimes because she brought up this point about when you're drafting a running back that high, you want to draft them onto a situation where they're going to come in on a team and an offensive line that is already good so that you get the premium for the miles that you're getting ready to put on. You understand this is short-term investment, right? Short-term investment, but at least he's coming in. It's not like a Saquon Barkley coming onto the New York Giants where he's awesome, He's doing all this stuff, but your team sucks. You're not going anywhere, and he's running behind a crap line. Jahmyr Gibbs coming onto a team where we're trying to win a Super Bowl, right? We're trying to, and so their value there is immense. To me, I'm with you. Move back. If you're looking at going that early with the running back,
Yeah.
I look at what the Bills did a few years ago. I remember they wanted Breece Hall, for example. Breece Hall was the first back off the board. He ended up going to the New York Jets. They said, cool, we'll take James Cook, right? And that turns out, and James Cook, I believe, was the leader in touchdowns, in rushing touchdowns this year. So those are the type of shrewd, smart moves that a real franchise makes, right? It's nothing wrong with drafting a running back high. It's just what circumstances are you under? And so if the line, if the line is where the Cowboys think it could be next year, and I do think we will have better line play. I like to hire Clayton Adams, the new offensive coordinator, who's the former offensive line coach from the Arizona Cardinals. I think he's one of the run gurus in this game. And I think if Brian Schottenheimer allows him to cook, we will see a true Dallas Cowboys run first offense again. But now give me that runner. I think Amarion Hampton, just throwing him out there from North Carolina, is good enough back to where I can rock with that. And we're going to need multiple runners too. Yeah. By the way,
again, bring back Rico Dottle. Just bring back Rico Dottle. Bring back someone who knows someone who knows a lot of what this offense is going to be.
Right.
As familiarity with
and
everybody.
Add on to that. Yeah.
And add on to that with the rookie running back. And so you can do that if you want to draft someone later. The worry for me is that the Cowboys are going to think they're smart enough again and try and go get Ollie Gordon round after he's going to be available. And they're going to wait and say Ollie Gordon's going to fall, and then we can get him in the third round, no problem. And then someone's going to trade up and get him right before they get him, or something like that. You know what I mean? And Ollie Gordon's all over the place in rankings, so you really don't know. Some people think Ollie Gordon is a second-round talent. Some people think he's a sixth-round talent. And so you really don't know where Ollie Gordon's going to end up. But he's one of those guys that the Cowboys can get really high on and say, look at what he did a year ago. We can go get that Ollie Gordon. He's the best running back in football a year ago. Not last year, but a year ago. Before that, we can go get the best running. He's available, and he'll be in their third round. So we'll draft the offensive line, and then we'll go get into somebody else in the second round. And then in the third round, Ollie Gordon's not there, and they go, oh, well, there's no one else at running back. So now we're completely screwed, and our plan's all blown apart, and the season's over. And it feels like what the Cowboys do constantly is put all their eggs into a basket of we're gonna trick everybody, and we're gonna zig when they zag, and then someone else zigs, and it's over because there was no one else available. And I don't think they can do that in this draft. I think you have to get a running back somewhat relatively early because you want to play action with Dak Prescott, and no one's biting on play action anymore. You have to have somebody that makes it a threat of a pass. I get you need offensive line. I get offensive line is really, really expensive to go out and sign. I think you can draft some offensive linemen around. If there's a player that's, a no pass, you can't pass up on him. I get, if Will Johnson's available as well at cornerback, that's a hard one to pass on to really fix it up. I also I'm very big in the camp of trade Deron Bland. I'm very big in this. I like Deron Bland. I think his value is as high as it's ever going to be, and you're not re-signing him because he's just going to cost too much money. So go ahead and trade him.
It's tough for me though because of the Trayvon Diggs injury. With we don't know when he's going to play football again, so you're kind of left with him. I'd like to bring back Jordan Lewis. I thought he was played probably had his best year out the nickel. That brings up the holes, right? And the thing is, traditionally with the draft, it's better to draft corners and offensive line, certain positions earlier, where you're going to have better value in the first, second, third round versus other positions that you can hit on somebody, in day three. So there's those traditional things, right? I mean, there's outliers everywhere, but I just think with the Cowboys and some of the holes you look at, that's why I'm saying, I'm not necessarily saying running back's automatically number one. Like if I'll put this out there. If Tet McMillan is there, which he probably will be at 12, and they really like that, I think that's a good complementary receiver to CeeDee Lamb if they don't go and get another receiver in free agency. I would like for them to get somebody in free agency, or how about this? Be aggressive and go get DK Metcalf. How about that? How about you actually put your put your money where your mouth is and go really make some noise and trade for him.
Had DK Metcalf. I mean, I don't know. That feels like just anybody. Just what they want a first and a third round pick, and you have to pay him to make him probably one of the highest paid wide receivers. Just feels like that's too much. Like you're like, there's other wide receivers out there.
I would swap it'd have to be a swap of the first, another second and third, and because with us, it's also where he's going, right? And when you look at the Eagles, like when they got AJ Brown, that was perfect for what they have now in terms of their offensive profile of what they get from Devontae Smith and what they get from AJ Brown and him just taking those safeties with you. It makes Jalen Hurts' job playing quarterback hella easier because it's easier to read it. If I have DK Metcalf is the perfect skill set to have opposite of CeeDee Lamb, right? I mean, it just would make the field less condensed for Dak. Just on top of already being a play action offense. That's my dream world. That's not going to happen because we're not going to get involved. Somebody like the Packers or the Patriots or
no, you already got your wide receiver. Mingo. You got Mingo, remember?
Yeah, we got Jonathan Mingo for a 4th round pick, baby.
Yeah, you got Mingo. You're golden. No worries.
Wide receiver 2 next year. Him and Jalen Tolbert. Let's go.
No, wide receiver is a huge need for the Cowboys. It has been for several years. They feel like they're going to get lucky and find somebody else that's going to just pop in and be able to do it. There's so many free agent wide receivers available that they're like, you got to be able to go out and get somebody. I get the price went up, but you can go out and get somebody. You know, there's somebody available.
Yeah, I mean, to me, Devontae can still move well enough. What I'm leery of is when you sign the guy a year too late and you end up with a DeAndre Hopkins who can't run anymore.
It's like, it's like you go after a Steph Diggs, which could work, but then he's coming off an injury. And are you getting Steph Diggs that's now a couple injuries, and was that going to work out? So there's guys that are available.
30. Yeah, there's
enough of those that you go, okay, you can go take a wide receiver in the 3rd round, maybe second, 3rd round. You get somebody who's still pretty good, and then draft and then get somebody as well in the free agency. And now you feel like you have some guys, as opposed to what they're going to do, which is draft somebody in the 4th round and say, well, we have Tolbert and we have this guy, so we're good to go. I mean, I think they'll probably bring somebody in. I know Michael Gallup is going to come back from injury now. He was retired due to injury. He's coming back.
He's coming back.
Not to the Cowboys, but to the NFL.
To the NFL. He said last time with the Raiders, right?
Yeah, and he retired out of theirs because of injury, but apparently he's trying to make a comeback. So I feel that's right up the Cowboys.
Good for you, MG. I didn't know that. Good for you, MG.
That came out today. So I hope he does well. I don't think he should resign with the Cowboys because, boy, that feels like a real Cowboys move.
That sounds like a Cowboys move.
That's our number 2. Hey, remember the guy that wasn't good enough to be our number 2 when he was really healthy? Remember that guy? The guy that was number 3.
That sounds like a Cowboys move. Oh, my goodness.
You know, he should go to the Saints. Go to the Saints. You like Kellen Moore. Go to the Saints. You had fun with Kellen Moore.
Here's what I will say this. As I was rolling over and tossing and turning about the Brian Schottenheimer hire, I'm cautiously optimistic regarding the coaching staff that he has put together. I do think that they've really, really improved on the position coaches, and the overall staff they've put around Brian, to where hopefully he's more of a CEO head coach. I don't want him calling plays. I want him just being a head coach and keep the vibes high. You're the vibes guy, okay? If you got the smart people around, like bringing Matt Eberflus has something to prove, okay? So I'm glad if they were going to move on from Coach Zimmer, getting a Matt Eberflus who's coming off of being fired by the Bears, but we know what he can do coaching linebackers and being a defensive mind. He's still up there with some of the best in the game. So he's put together a very good staff around him, which I haven't always been able to say as a Cowboys fan. Now, don't go cheap on the players. Give the staff what they need to cook.
Yeah, no, I agree with all of that. And that's so if you're looking at this draft and you're the Cowboys right now, you get to be in the war room. You get to get your voice heard. And you're starting the draft. It's pick 12's coming up. what are you thinking for pick 12? Are you thinking offensive line? Are you thinking running back? Are you thinking defense? Are you thinking let's trade? Where's your mind of starting off right now? We got to have your say.
Honestly, at that point in the draft, if I'm staying at 12, I'm really thinking best player available, even that early in the draft, because I believe offensively and defensively, a lot of these guys are smushed together. This is a draft where, so I think Adam Schefter said it, the other day, where the 13th guy is going to be really close to the 35th guy. And I really, really agree. And I think that's why you're seeing a lot of variance in these mock drafts, depending on who you follow. If you go to the Ringer and look at Todd McShay's stuff, or if you go to Mel Kiper, you go to Matt Miller's mock drafts, you'll see guys that, like we talked about with Kelvin Banks and Will Campbell and the Mizzou tackle. Depending on who you ask, different people got number one tackle on them. Depending on who you ask, somebody has Shador at 5, another person got Shador at 40. Somebody else has Cam Ward being traded for. So there's a lot of variance. So for me, with the holes the Cowboys have on both sides of the ball, don't talk yourself out of anybody. Who would have thought Jalen Carter would have been the 10th pick a couple years ago when he was really supposed to be the first or second best player in that draft? Now we know what happened off the field that caused that slide, but that's why you have to be open-minded, because in that draft, remember, everybody was saying, oh, the Eagles are going to get Bijan. They're going to get Bijan. They're going to get Bijan. And they ended up getting Jalen freaking Carter at 10, right? So you got to keep open. To me, that would be my approach, right?
They would. Now, I will say
what falls.
They don't need to draft another defensive end. We know that. They got Micah. He's going to play the end for them.
Sam Williams is coming back.
Williams coming back. You've got Marshawn Nealon had a really good season. I think you can go get one later in the draft and have another person on there for depth for sure.
We are moving on from D-Law.
Yeah, but you have to.
Just prepare yourself for him to sign with the Commanders, y'all.
Prepare for everyone to sign with the Commanders. I think they're all in on Myles Garrett, and if they go over to Trey Hendrickson, they move that over and they go get him. Good Lord.
Yeah, you get an 18 sack guy.
All right. So you sit there at 12. Will Johnson's off the board. You get, you've already got the tackles off the board at 12. You got 2 of them off already. Are you going to go Mason Graham? Is Mason Graham from Michigan defensive tackle? Do you feel like taking a defensive lineman out of Michigan for the Cowboys? Do you not have any PTSD from
this
linemen?
Fan base will have a stroke if they take another defensive lineman from Michigan. I like Mason Graham. I think he's a dog. I don't think it's fair because Mozzie stinks and Taco stunk that he automatically gets compared. And some people may throw Luke Schoonmaker into that. Like, I don't think that's fair. I think you got to grade everybody individually. I don't agree with the school curse thing because other people are making money with Michigan people. We just don't. I don't know why not. But I like Mason Graham. My thing is, personally, I'm a big Jalen Walker guy out of Georgia. I want guys I like the hybrid ability, playmaking ability that he gives me, especially since I don't know when I'm going to get Demo back. In the health there. Like, Jalen Walker is a guy who I have him on the field with Micah Parsons. You got to make decisions as an offense, how you want to block this, right? Like, and the playmaking ability that he brings me. But I'm higher on Jalen Walker than maybe that's me as a Texas fan because he wrecked our stuff when it came to.
But that's the thing is because this is a Cowboys team that I don't think you need that much help in the pass. I know you lose in the pass rush, but you lose DeMarcus Lawrence, which is going to hurt you a little bit. But what was Texas last year? They were 3rd in sacks in the NFL last year. They were 29th in yards on the grand on the ground against them. Like, so what if you're getting someone in that draft, I know you want him to be able to pressure. You just need somebody because you just re-signed Osa, and Osa's not a run stopper. He's a pass rusher.
He's not.
And so if you we're spending all of this money to bring in, we're paying Osa, we're going to pay Micah. So our defensive line is signed up for guys who are going to pass rush. I just need someone to sit there and be big. And the reality is, if you could have gotten a Tavondre Sweat, that would have been really good for you last year. That guy just put a big body up there. But if you look at what you got to do, that's the reason I don't necessarily like a defensive tackle in the first round for them, because it's not really like defensive tackles that are first round guys can pass rush. And that's not really, you're already there.
Which is why you're a first round. Yeah. Now if a Kenneth Grant, somebody like that falls to the next round, then, maybe you can talk some fans off the ledge into that with his skill set of, basically being the Mozzie replacement that he already was at Michigan. So that's the crux of it though, right? Is you've been that defense that has been just, people have been able to run the ball on you for so long that you're just trying to shore that up and get that toughness there. Now, also, there could be some schematic changes with what Matt Eberflus wants to do.
That's true. Hopefully. I mean, because they were with Quinn, they were middle of the road sacks, they were middle of the road rushing. So either one of them they weren't great at, but they were middle of the road.
Quinn, it was just turnovers. We were just getting turnovers.
It was turnovers, but it was like they weren't bad at either one. They were just middle of the road on both of those numbers. And so then you get in Zimmer last year, and the sacks go through the roof because they're pressuring. But it just was, well, we just won't throw anymore because they could pass rush. It's like, great, so just hand the ball off. And I don't know, there may be a team in the division that has the best running back in football right now, so that may be a problem if you just let teams run all over you. I know, the Commanders are going to keep trying to push the run game as well. It just feels, and the Giants are the Giants. Who cares? But the rest of the Cowboys, I don't know. It is one of those things where he goes, I like going to best player available, but I feel like unless it's a DB, I don't know if you can go linebacker at 12. It feels like a reach for any of the linebackers at 12. And
it does. You mean like a more of an off-ball linebacker?
Yeah.
In that sense? Yeah, for sure.
So I think it's a reach for any of that. And edges you already kind of got. I don't know if you can invest in that again, because yes, it'd be great, but now you've got two, you got Micah Parsons, and then you got three young guys fighting for the other side. It feels like that may not be there. If you go defensive tackle, the guy's going to want to pass rush because he's, it's what he did in college, but you're just going to be like, just stand, just take up space. That's all we need you to do. And so I don't know.
That's where those are why you need free agency, right?
Yes. 100%.
If you use free agency and plug that before the draft, don't go and get what's left and they like to bargain bin shop after the draft. And that's how they end up with some of these crappy contracts and people they end up cutting halfway through the season, like Jordan Phillips, who didn't want to play for us. And then he goes to Buffalo and all of a sudden he's Jordan Phillips again. But that's what they've been doing. So they need to, to me, they need to plug that. That last year we tried to all these people, Linval Joseph, Jordan Phillips. You pick a name.
Yeah, go find somebody now.
Go find somebody now.
Because you had Hankins, and that was enough. Jonathan Hankins was enough to fill that. There's a guy out there you can go find, get that guy in there. But this is what I'll say is that 12 pick, I think you're going offense. I think you have to go offense because unless you want to go DB, which you can go DB. If Will Johnson, Jahdae Barron, you feel really good about one of those guys, I don't mind that pick at 12. I think those are both top 15 talents. I think those guys are really good, and that would be setting you up in a world where we're either trading Trayvon or we're going to trade Deron Bland here in the next year or so, and we're going to move into the direction of this is our new secondary, and we feel good about that. But I think that you have to look at it and say, either you're going running back, you're going wide receiver, you're going offensive line. That's where it feels like you're at if you're picking at 12 right now. I don't think you can go defense just because it just feels like none of it really fits for me, even if it's the best player available. So you really hope that defense goes a lot early. You really hope that there's an edge rush. Some people have a ton of edges going. That would be the best case scenario for the Cowboys is if there's a 4 or 5 edges taking the first 10 picks, because that knocks everyone else down, and that's a position you're not in need of. And it's a real possibility, but that would be huge for the Cowboys if they could get the run on edges.
Well, the good thing is offensively, whether they go receiver, running, if they go with a skill position, I think the options that should be there at 12, I would be pleased with, right? I don't think that there's anything that they could do that where I'd be like, what the hell type thing, right? It would make sense, especially for what we need to do to supplement this offense with Dak Prescott. But it will also kind of give us a glimpse to what the real identity of that offense is going to look like too.
It will. It will. All right. Why don't we take a little break for a word from our sponsors? We'll come back, wrap up the show, talk about the craziness happening in the NBA, which is sadly not on the court anymore. It's in the front row. It's in studios. Everyone's threatening to fight everybody now. We'll get into that. But man, from
squabbling up in the NBA.
We'll get into that. We'll give you the updated score, too, if you're not able to watch the game right now for Texas women's basketball against Ole Miss. We'll give you an update on that. We come back here on Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
Hi, this is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations.
I got this, Dad. This is Camilla McKay, and my dad can help with any TV or stereo needs you have around your house. Just call him, and he will come to you with advice and a great price. And the guys that work for him are awesome. They can install anything, anywhere. So, like my dad says, just relax and smile. We handle all the work.
So just give us a call at 255-8678 or on the web at avconsultations.com.
McCall Custom Homes. If you're thinking about doing a renovation of a bathroom, the kitchen, maybe some extended outdoor space, you want someone who's going to bring you custom renovation. And that's what Mike McCall Custom Homes is all about. Been doing it at a high level in Austin for 40 years. Father-son team with tons of experience, and they care about the details. They care about bringing you custom work because they want you to refer them to your friends. So get over to McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com. McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com. Check out the work. You can check out the work on social media as well at McCall Custom Homes. But you want, when it comes to your home, you want a trusted ally and someone who's going to bring value, added value to your home and a great living experience. And that's what McCall Custom Homes is all about.
BK here for OLIPOP. Man, this stuff is the game changer of all game changers. Their slogan is a new kind of soda, and that's exactly what it is. You get that same great soda taste, but OLIPOP is actually good for you. Inside of every can, a blend of 7 unique botanicals, plant fibers, and prebiotics. You're getting 9 grams of fiber in every can, only 2 to 5 grams of sugar, and man, the flavor is absolutely there. Classic soda flavors like cola, root beer, lemon lime, and Dr. Goodwin. That's their version of a Dr. Pepper, and some other great flavors as well. The grape, the cream soda, the cherry cola. It's all fantastic. I'm telling y'all, OLIPOP tastes just like the soda you grew up sipping, but with the added benefits of microbiome and digestive health support as well. Pick up OLIPOP at H-E-B, Target, Walmart, Whole Foods, and Costco all throughout the Austin area and the state of Texas. And head over to drinkolipop.com. Use the promo code Texas20 for a discount on your first purchase. It's OLIPOP, a new kind of soda.
Back here on Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered. We've got a few minutes left. Myself, Patrick Davis, along with Fanatic Perspective. Find him on YouTube. Find him on Instagram. Find him on Twitter. Find him wherever you can and check him out. Having a ton of fun today. And I want to get into, before we get out of here, with 13 seconds left in the half for Texas. They're up 37-33. We'll see if they can get a score here in the next 6 seconds, 5 seconds. Rory Harmon shoots a 3, and there it goes in. So it looks like it'll be 42-33. For Texas going into half against Ole Miss. Rory Harmon getting a big 3 there to close out the half. Always love to see. After that injury to Rory Harmon, it's so fun to watch her play again. Like anytime you see these, like especially in college, when you see someone go down with an injury that just loves the game so much, and then they come back and they'll be able to being a part of this team this year, it's really a lot of fun to watch.
You can see that glow on her anytime she does any media at all, with just the gratefulness of being back.
Yeah,
love it for her.
It's a lot. It's a great thing. Texas baseball kicks off a series here in a few hours against Santa Clara, or about 30 minutes, I think, against Santa Clara. Will be a fun game there. We did see Dylan Volantis is now named the 3rd starter for Texas. We were curious who was going to take over that role. Cade Bing did not really seem to earn that one yet. You are 4 games away from SEC play in baseball. So getting ready there and seeing if Volantis can do his first start, what he's going to be able to do. But that'll be fun to watch this weekend as well. We know my man Greg Swindell said on Monday, he's already got it. He's already got him winning all these. He said they were already 14-1. He said he's already written it down. 14-1. They win in these games going into SEC play. So we'll see if we talk to Greg again on Zeke could talk to him on Monday. We'll get his take on all that. But You fanatic perspectives. He even said, I want to talk a little bit about some of the drama going on in the NBA. The NBA, which is, I love basketball. I've covered the NBA since I was 18 years old is when I started covering. So I've been covering since 2002. And
Nice.
like, I've been around and done so I've got to meet a lot of people, be around different teams and different reporters. And it's funny because that was right before LeBron gets drafted. He gets drafted in 2003. He's been the face of the league now for 15 years. Steph Curry's coming to be a face. And now they're trying to figure out who's going to be the face, and nobody wants to touch it. It is the worst Anthony Edwards every time they talk about him. It's like, I thought being in Minnesota would make it so I just could play basketball and no one cares. They need to keep doing it. But LeBron James now is always going to still be talked about, and he kept himself in the news yesterday as after the game he went over to confront Stephen A. Smith. Stephen A. Smith said that he is confronting him about all the trash he's talking about Bronny and to stop doing it so much. And I'm curious because I don't believe everything Stephen A. Smith says. So I'm curious how much of this was LeBron like actively being like, hey, keep my son's name out of your mouth. Or if it was like, hey, man, could you lighten up a little bit? And I don't know, because they both sound fully plausible from LeBron James. But if LeBron James really did walk up to a grown man and said, you got to stop saying the only reason he's in the NBA is because of me. Like, LeBron, you can't be that oblivious. Like, are you trying to trick us? Is this propaganda? He'd be in the G League. We get that. But he would not be an NBA player. He's not an NBA player. We get that. No one thinks he is. I get he's your son, but he's not. So people are going to talk about it. And you're on the Lakers. They're going to talk about it.
He wants all the benefits and none of the smoke. It's crazy. And I think with LeBron, it definitely was keep my son's name out your mouth. I mean, he explicitly said that. And I think he's coming from the standpoint of, yeah, there's the element of I thought Stephen A. kind of went a little soft this morning wearing his Easter pink suit on Bron. All things considered on First Take. I was expecting him to come out with some fuego, but he decided to try to de-escalate the situation and humanize it, which is fine, but he got a job to do. What are we doing here, right? We were talking about these guys, and this is what we do. I mean, Bronny is, last time I checked, is a member of the Los Angeles Lakers. And as long as Stephen A. Smith is talking about him from the standpoint of a basketball discourse, I think that is fair game. And I think, yeah, something can get carried. If that's the only thing that's ever coming out of his mouth is just bagging on a guy that doesn't play and all that stuff, we get that, right? But that wasn't the case. I mean, Stephen A. had said Clutch Sports reached out to him and told him to cut it out. And I'm like, what? That's whack to me. I'm sorry. I mean, Bron knew what it was the moment he went out of his way to get Bronny into this situation. And so I think he also thinks this, and this is something I haven't heard anybody say. I think he thinks coming after Stephen A. Smith, who's the biggest guy, they just announced his extension,
$100 million
right?
extension.
$100 million extension. So in all intents and purposes, in that world, Stephen A. Smith is a top dog. If I put him in place, everybody else has to fall in line. I honestly think that's how LeBron is looking at this, because to do it so publicly with Larry David there as getting Larry David having Stephen A. Smith as a guest of his that night, which is just a complete Curb Your Enthusiasm episode.
Yes.
But to cause this spectacle that he did, I really think he's using Stephen A. Smith as an example for all of media, right? For anybody else, Chris Broussard, if you want to open your mouth, you saw what I did to him, right? So I'll pull up, all this stuff. I honestly think that's what it is here, Patrick.
No, it's off. It's all these people, they want all the positive news, and then when you get something, you're like, dude, you helped your son. No one faults you for it. Nepotism's everywhere. No one faults you for putting Bronny on this team.
There's nothing wrong with it.
The 14th guy on this roster didn't matter anyway. So it's fine. I don't care that you did it, but you did it. We all know you did it. Like, we know that you knew Anthony Davis was getting traded. We all know you did. We all knew that you talked to JJ Redick about taking the Lakers job. You don't have to keep pretending. We all know. I don't know why you keep having to come out and saying, no, I'm just a basketball player. Like, you're not. You are one of the most iconic athletes of all time. Of all time, you're one of the most iconic. We get it. You get certain privileges. And if you're not, you should be. You should be pissed off if they don't consult you about who they're hiring as coach, because you're LeBron James. It is not crazy at all. And then we saw on the other side, Charles Barkley says, wants all the smoke with Kendrick Perkins. Kendrick Perkins like, I better not see you. I said, what are you going to do? Perkins needs to realize that he is not in the discussion of the great players when they do this. Like, you're below Kenny Smith. Understand where you're at in this rotation. You're below Steven Jackson. You're like Matt Barnes, maybe. Matt Barnes, we can get you a that level player.
Yeah, I agree.
But you got to stop pretending. Like, Charles won an MVP, but he doesn't walk around telling everybody that he was the guy who was really the leader of the Thunder. Really? That's what you know?
It's funny you say that, because there's a lot of guys that talk crazy to Charles sometimes, and they forget that he's a top 50, top 30 player of all time. He's one of the top 5. Like,
yes,
he was
amazing.
All-time
I'm a Spurs fan.
Player.
I hated him. He was so good on the Suns. All right, we ran out of time. Appreciate you. We can keep rolling about the NBA for another hour, but we're going to wrap it up on a Friday. Thank you, Steven, so much. Fanatic Perspective, tell them where they can find you.
Guys, first off, Patrick, thank you for having me. These 2 hours flew by, and it's been so much fun here on a Friday afternoon. But you guys can find me first and foremost on YouTube. Fanatic Perspective, there in the name. Steven here, as I always do, talking ball and world of content similar to the discussions we had today. Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, the whole bit. Follow me on all the socials, and I'll definitely be back here and chopping up with you guys more on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
Appreciate it. We'll be back Monday, talk Texas basketball, Texas baseball, Texas football, all the Texas things, whatever else happens in the world of sports, we'll get it here. Free agency beginning too, NFL free agency beginning. We'll get into all of that on Monday, right back here on Open Gym, starting at 4:00. But until then, be kind, be safe, keep your underwear clean, and we'll see you right back here at 4 p.m. for more from Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered.